the now TV9, I think now Jyoti, something like that. So
recording is on, Harigaru.
yes, it's on. Thank you. Please take care of that. And anybody comes in, Srini, you got the host privilege, admit them.
Yes.
Okay. So we sent only select people, and whoever comes in, admit them.
I'm on it. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. So Professor Srinivas Kumarji, you are all set, Kadandi? Everything as per what we discussed, correct?
Yes, everything is ready, including the governor's message.
Got it. And so based on this order, we'll go. Dr. Satish Reddy ji is coming on time. So we may have to, yeah, we are okay. As per the plan, we will go, sir. Okay, as whatever I shared, and we waited with Dr. Ravi also, we are good with that.
Sir, my Facebook on in, sir.
Thank you very much. So we have 4 minutes to go. So can the speakers of today, if you are on the call, could you please identify yourself? I got Professor Srinivas Kumar, Swamiji, Jai Swaminarayan, and Swami here. And we have Ravi Ayagar is here, and Manoranjana is here. The chairman of
is also there.
Chandra Reddy is here.
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Yes, sir. And we have director of CFTRI is here. So more people will be joining us. So we'll get started exactly on 6:30. In 3 minutes, we'll get started.
I think Jagan Chittiprolu is also there.
Yeah, Jagan, are you here? Please identify yourself if you are a speaker.
Yeah, I am here.
Yeah,
Dr. Hari.
Thank you very much.
Pramit
Pramit, are you here?
is not a join.
Yeah, I'll just message him quickly. We have 3 minutes to go. So he messaged me joining us shortly. So if you are not speaking, please go on mute. Srinivas Guduru, please by default turn off everybody.
Sir, unmute yourself, sir. Could you please unmute yourself, Harigaru?
Okay, please mute everybody by default.
Right, yeah.
So 1 minute, we'll get started. KCR, we are good?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Sir, give me a headroom, sir. Little bit. Headroom.
Yeah, headroom, okay.
Yes, perfect. Perfect.
Yeah. Good morning, America. Good afternoon, Europe. Good evening, India. I welcome to Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Memorial Global Webinar, Impact of COVID-19 on the Development of Rural Economy, Challenges and Opportunities, hosted by the Lead India Foundation and co-hosted by Jawaharlal Nehru Technological University, Anantapur, India. Today is Monday, July 27th, India time 6:30 p.m., US time 9 a.m. Eastern time, London time 2 p.m. So if you have not registered yet, please register to attend the webinar and get an e-certificate at leadindia.us. Share with your friends and families, and you can also watch live this show on leadindia.us and also facebook.com/hari.ipanapalli, and our sponsor for this event is manatv.net, and also it's on YouTube, Mana TV. Please watch. Again, my name is Hari Ipanapalli. I'm the chairman of the Lead India Foundation. I welcome you all to this very exciting conference, Impact of COVID-19 on the Development of Rural Economy, Challenges and Opportunities. Our today's chief guest is Honorable Biswabhushan Harichandan, Governor of Andhra Pradesh, India. And our guest of honor is Dr. G. Satish Reddy, Chairman of Defense Research and Development Organization, DRDO, India. And we have very distinguished speakers today. Professor D. Anil Sahasrabudhe, Chairman, All India Council for Technical Education. Professor K. Hemchandra Reddy, Chairman, AP State Council of Higher Education, India. Pujya Sadhu Gyanavachal Das, an international motivational speaker, BAPS Organization, India. We have Her Royal Highness Queen Dayambi Kabatusila from Democratic Republic of Congo. Professor KSMS Raghav Rao, Director of CFTRI, Mysore, India. Mr. Pramit Makode, Co-founder and Director, India-US Health Initiatives. Mr. Jagan Chittuprolu, CEO, CTOS Technologies Inc., Seattle, Washington. And Ms. Manoranjana Gupta, Senior Advisor and Consultant for Vedanta Resources, India. Padma Shri Uddhav Bharali, National Innovation Foundation, and a technopreneur from Assam, India. Dr. Ravi Ayagari, Deputy Director, IGNO, and Advisor to MHRD, former India. And our co-host today is Professor S. Srinivas Kumar, the Honorable Vice Chancellor of JNTU, Anantapur. And our technical team today is Mr. Srinivas Guduru, Secretary of Lead India Foundation, Dr. Ram Maruri, Managing Trustee, Lead India Liberty Foundation from India, and Srinivas Komatpalli, Webmaster of Lead India Foundation. And we have young MCs today, Ms. Vaishnavi Chipa, 9th grader from Fremont, California. We have Samir Ipanapalli, 10th grader from Bakersfield, California. He is also founder of successview.org. And our next MC is Sai Gujay, a 12th grade student from Sacramento, California. We have MC Keshav Jwalapuram, a 10th grade student from Edison, New Jersey. They did a wonderful job for the last 2 weeks in making this event happen. Thank you so much. And we have many supporting organizations and media partners, the CIC Group, Manavata, Vision Digital India, Liberty Foundation, I Stand for the Nation, Spandana Organization, the Young Leaders of Telangana, NRI Wala, IT of Telangana, TV Asia, US1 Television, Sakshi Television, Radio Aid, Janam Sakshi, Free Press, Voice Today, News 9, Navatej TV, Top Telugu TV, GNN TV, Telugu NRI Radio, and V5 News. And our main broadcasting partner for this is Mana TV, TV5 from US. And I would like to thank all of them for today. So today is a very special day. Our 11th President of India, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, the People's President of India, on July 27th, 2015, while addressing the IIM Shillong students, he collapsed on the stage and he left us. But he is a legend. He'll never leave us. And his vision and mission is continued. And the Lead India Foundation and its trustees, followers, and members, they're all working hard to carry forward his vision and mission. And this is one of the things that we are trying to do, is in memory of Dr. Kalam. For the last several months, we are trying to have a series of webinars to promote his vision and mission. We did on the higher education, we did on the global economy, healthcare, education, energy, and employment. And this one is another one on the future of development of rural economy, challenges and opportunities. And I'm very fortunate to have had my association on this event with the JNTU Anantapur. Again, I would like to welcome you all and enjoy the event. And we have a very full program. And if you are not speaking, please go on mute and enjoy the show. MCs, back to you. So it is an honor and privilege again for me to welcome you all to this August gathering. We had Dr. Satish Reddy, who is the guest of honor. As soon as he comes here, we will start his session. But until then, we have a full program. So let me go back to the program sheet now. 1 second. So to start with, I would like to bring in my co-host, Professor Srinivas Kumar, and the governor of Andhra Pradesh today. He is our chief guest. For a very unfortunate situation, COVID brought us to a Zoom session, but in spite of all of this, he was not able to join us today due to some unexplainable circumstances. But we would like to carry forward the program as usual. He sent his blessings and his message. So let me introduce Dr. Honorable Governor of Andhra Pradesh, Vishwabhushan Harichandan is the second governor of Andhra Pradesh after bifurcation. Harichandan joined Bharatiya Janata Janasangh in 1971 and became its national executive member and its state general secretary till the formation of Janata Party in 1977. During the era of emergency, he was detained under the MISA Act. After the formation of BJP in 1980, he was appointed as the president for the Odisha state till 1988. Before he joined hands with the Janata Dal, he went back to BJP in 1996. He was elected to the Odisha State Legislative Assembly 5 times. He was also a cabinet minister in the BJP-led coalition government in 2004. So he was unfortunately not able to join us today, and he sent us a message, and I would like to request Honorable Vice Chancellor of JNTU Hyderabad, Professor S. Srinivas Kumar, to convey Honorable Governor's message.
So very good day. Indeed, I consider the privilege to associate with Lead India Foundation on behalf of Jawaharlal Nehru Technological University, Anantapur. And due to various reasons, Honorable Governor, he is not able to join because of the COVID situations in the Vijayawada and surrounding regions. And thereby, he has asked me to read his message, which I am reading before you. Indeed, I consider it a privilege to read the message given by Honorable Governor Sri Biswabhushan Harichandran. Dr. Hari Ipprapalli, Chairman, Lead India Foundation. Dr. G. Satish Reddy, Chairman, DRDO. Dr. Hanil Sahasrabuddhe, Chairman, All India Council for Technical Education. Dr. K.S. M.S. Raghavarao, Director, CFTRI. Professor K. Hemchandra Reddy, Chairman, AP State Council of Higher Education. Padma Shri Uddhav Bhareli, Indian inventor from Assam. Dr. Srinivas Kumar, Vice Chancellor, JNTU Anantapur, that is myself. Professor Ravi Ayyagari, Deputy Director, IGNO, and other distinguished globally renowned speakers, Sadhu Jan Vatsaldas, Queen Diambi, Shri Pramit, Shri Jagan Chittiprolu, Ms. Manoranjan Gupta. A very good evening to all the esteemed participants of today's Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Memorial Webinar on global impact of COVID-19 on the development of rural economy, challenges and opportunities. I appreciate the efforts of Jawaharlal Nehru Technological University, Anantapur, and Lead India Foundation, USA, for the coming together and arranging the webinar, which is a need of the hour. According to the United Nations Secretary General, the current outbreak of novel coronavirus is the biggest challenge the world has experienced since the World War II. It is also being said that COVID-19 might bring an unprecedented economic recession considering its widespread economic consequences. Global macroeconomic and financial landscape is witnessing an unparalleled turmoil with the COVID-19 pandemic emerging as the biggest threat to the economic growth. The COVID-19 induced impact is extremely unconventional in terms of factors such as enormity, uncertainty, and unpredictability. The duration of COVID-19 as well as its overall consequences cannot be predicted very accurately at this stage. The coronavirus sparkled global slowdown will no doubt have an adverse impact on rural economy all over the world. As per IMF's World Economic Outlook, the year 2021 is projected to experience the worst recession since the Great Depression, far worse than the global financial crisis, with global growth contracted by 3%. Cumulative loss to global GDP over 2021 is estimated to be around US dollars 9 trillion, greater than the economies of Japan and Germany combined. Growth in the advanced countries experiencing widespread of the virus is projected to contract sharply by 6.1% in 2020. India is witnessing sharp contractions since March 2020, both on the production and consumption wide, with the lockdown enforced from the last week of March. Industrial production steeply contracted by 16.7% and manufacturing shrinking sharply by 20.6% in March 2020 compared to same period of 2019. When such crisis emerges, it is natural to experience turmoil in the economies of the world. There are two sides of the COVID-19 crisis. One is the medical emergency, and the other is economic impact. Both are closely linked with each other. Many developing countries are the ones who suffered most of the economic impact. Fall in commodity price, drop in tourism revenues, reduced remittances from the citizens abroad, and the rapid outflows of capital are contributing factors for the fall in economies of the developing countries. The economic devastation in turn will undermine their capacity to respond to the virus and threatens social and political stability in the coming days. To summarize the situation, all sectors of the economy have been impacted very badly. Recovery from the economic downfall and sustaining the economy appears to be very tough task. Coming to India, the economy expanded at 3.1% in the first quarter of 2020, exceeding market expectations. Still, it is the slowest GDP growth rate owing to nationwide lockdown imposed from March 24th with an aim to contain spread of coronavirus. In the Indian context, implementation of rural livelihood programs such as Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Scheme is helping to strengthen the rural economy by increasing local productivity to support national economic growth as well as provide food security and reduce poverty. Today, whole world is under the control of COVID-19 virus pandemic where sustenance of economic balance itself has become a big challenge. To gear up growth in the economy, countries have to look into their internal strengths and external opportunities as well as make strategies to overcome and convert market threats into opportunities. Internal resources like development of human capital by improving adaptive skills, technical skills, knowledge skills of individuals, and empowering them to face emerging technologies in the agriculture, industrial sector, and service sectors, making policies which increase employment, opportunities, income levels, consumption level among individuals. Government of India has launched several measures to mitigate the suffering of people living rural areas as well as migrant workers. Government has made arrangements to provide 5 kilograms wheat or rice and 1 kg pulses every month during April to November to 800 million poor people under Pradhan Mantri Anna Kalyan Yojana. Free cooking gas has also been supplied to 80 million families. 200 million women with Jan Dhan Bank accounts are given 500 rupees per month. 30 million senior citizens, widows, and disabled are given 1,000 rupees, and 87 million farmers were paid 2,000 rupees under direct cash benefit transfer schemes. A loan scheme of 10,000 rupees for the benefit of street vendors without collateral was announced under the Atma Nirbhar program as a working capital to restart small businesses. Government of India has also announced implementation of One Nation, One Card for supply of essential commodities under the public distribution system anywhere in the country. Issue of job cards under Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Scheme to mitigate the suffering of millions of migrant workers who returned to their native places during the COVID-19 pandemic. Public investment in healthcare and participatory mode of governance coupled with the support of local bodies can help in pandemic mitigation. A truly federal setup with shared responsibility between the center and states is better suited to deal with the situations like the present one. To tackle the impact of COVID-19 on the development of rural economy, an effective strategy to face the challenges is urgently needed. I hope the deliberations of this webinar will touch upon these issues and the participants would propose feasible solutions to find a way out of the present situation. Jai Hind. This is a message from the Honorable Governor, Shri Biswabhushan Harichandran, on the occasion of Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Memorial Webinar on global impact of COVID-19 on the development of rural economy, challenges and opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Governor, for a very inspiring message, and hope your staff feel better, and we look forward to seeing you in another event. Thank you so much. It's nice to see your detailed message and blessing us and inaugurating this global webinar in the memory of Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. So now I'm going to move on to the next program. We would like to have Swamiji to inaugurate the webinar. Before I invite Swamiji, I would like to have one quote of Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam that is very related to the Swamiji's organization. As you all know, Swamiji towards end of his, Dr. Kalam towards end of his life, he was very big fan of Pramukh Swamiji. He wrote a book called Transcendence, My Spiritual Experiences with Pramukh Swamiji. So in that book, very important aspect of, on page 50 of that book, he writes his feelings of how he felt having associated with Pramukh Swamiji. So let me get that quote here before I invite Swamiji. This is a quote from the Transcendence book of Dr. Kalam. I do not know when Pramukh Swamiji and I will meet again. His words, however, remain preserved in my memory. We have established a divine bond forever. How do I summarize Pramukh Swamiji's effect on me? He has indeed transformed me. He is the ultimate stage of spiritual ascent in my life, which started with my father, was sustained by Dr. Brahm Prakash and Professor Satish Dhawan. Now finally, Pramukh Swamiji has put me in a God synchronous orbit. No maneuvers are required anymore, as I am placed in my final position in eternity. This particular book was hand delivered to Pramukh Swamiji on June 20th, 2015. And he addressed a huge gathering of students and Swamijis there. After that, approximately about 5 weeks later on July 27th, while addressing IIM Shillong, he passed away, as we all know. And today we are remembering Dr. Kalam and paying tributes to him. And it is an honor and privilege for me to share this particular quote and also introduce a very eminent international motivational speaker of BAPS Swaminarayan organization, Puja Sadhu Gyanavatsal Das. By his profound knowledge and insights on a wide spectrum of subjects, Sadhu Gyanavatsal Das has participated in various conferences and inspired millions of people across the world: USA, Europe, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand. Sadhu Gyanavatsal Das has created an everlasting positive impact in people's lives, transforming their intellectual quotient, emotional quotient, and spiritual quotient. He served as an interpreter with earlier BAPS spiritual head, His Holiness Pramukh Swami Maharaj, in many of his religious world tours. He has been instrumental in carrying out many youth development and social cultural projects of BAPS at Vadodara, Gujarat, India. Now it's my privilege and honor to welcome Sadhu Gyanavatsal Das to deliver his message on how to bring peace and harmony into the society, which is one of the pillars Dr. Kalam promoted during his life. I would like to welcome Sadhu Gyanavatsal Das to address the gathering. Swamiji. Please unmute yourself and speak.
Namaskar and Jai Swaminarayan. With prostrations at the divine feet of Bhagwan Swaminarayan and my Guru Hari, Param Puja Pramukh Swami Maharaj and Pragat Guru Hari Param Puja Mahan Swami Maharaj, my heartiest Namaskar, Jai Swaminarayan. Good morning to US, good afternoon to Europe and UK, and good evening to all the speakers and the audience today in the webinar. First of all, I pay my innermost tributes to Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam on the 5th death anniversary of the legend. I also express my gratitude to Dr. Hari for warmly inviting me to be a part of this webinar, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Global Webinar on Impact on the Development of Rural Economies, its Challenges and Opportunities. We all know that to revive an economy or to sustain an economy, you need ideas, you need systems, you need innovations and involvements. But in spite of having all this, sometimes we are not able to produce the results just because we lack in certain kind of virtues. And of that, the mother of all virtues is harmony, as was always taught and propagated by Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. I have had the privilege of meeting him a couple of times personally and hearing him on a couple of occasions. But always from the inner core, he carried this value of harmony among people, among societies, among nations, and thus harmony at large among humanity. Because with all the ideas and all the systems and all the involvements for revival of economies, if you don't have the virtue of harmony, the sense of oneness, the sense of being united, you will not be able to produce the expected results. And we can see this in the today's times, that lack of harmony between people can erupt racism in the United States as it happened a few weeks back. Lack of harmony among ethnic groups leading to the degradation and total destroying of rich oil economies of Iraq and Syria. That was lack of harmony among ethnic groups. Without harmony, There is lack of harmony amongst humanity at large, and still you find wet markets flourishing in certain countries. And we all know that the coronavirus pandemic, it all erupted from the wet markets of Wuhan. Without harmony between nations, today there are safe tax havens which harbor the black and illegal money of millions of individuals of other countries. So indirectly, these safe tax havens not harmonizing with other countries. They're depriving the citizens of those countries to thrive on a rich economy. So in other words, I would say that those safe tax havens are killing or trying to kill the economies of other countries can be no other than economic terrorists. In these times when, as we read out the message of the governor, and we find that we are on the verge of facing a severe recession, and that too, we started facing it. If at all there is harmony between the nations, and all the black and the illegal money from this safe tax havens comes back to the respective individuals according to the respective countries' norms and disciplines and tax structures. Billions and billions and billions and billions of dollars can come back to the countries. I think I present this idea that the United Nations, if this safe tax havens don't declare and don't come out in the open to share all the information with the respective countries, they should be declared as economic terrorists. And if this happens and the money comes back to the individuals and they pay tax according to the local tax structure, the economy can be saved. Otherwise, we do hundreds of such webinars. We present hundreds of ideas for revival of rural economies. We present hundreds of systems. We present hundreds of innovations and involvements. They will work not to the optimum level that we expect, because on the other side, a parallel economy is running. So Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, in his 30th and last book, Transcendence, subtitled My Spiritual Experiences with Pramukh Swami Maharaj, he writes that we all must stand united. We are one. And when we feel that and when we experience this, we'll be able to revive our economies. Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam especially stressed on harmony when he personally gifted the first hard copy of this book to Pramukh Swami Maharaj on June 20th, 2015 at Sarangpur, which is our Saints Training Center of the BAPS. And addressing an assembly of youths in the inaugural session, he said that the beauty of character gives harmony in family. Such harmonized families, they come together to make strong ethical societies. Strong ethical societies, they come together to form an integrated nation. Such integrated nations, they come together to form world peace. This is the sequence of happening. So harmony can bring world peace, and thus each and every economy can revive, can withstand coronavirus, and can flourish. And if this does not happen, we are all in for something big, which is beyond the ken of human intelligence to handle. We appreciate this noble thought of Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam today. An engineer, a scientist, a Padma Bhushan, a Padma Vibhushan, and also a Bharat Ratna. Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam professed on this because he himself was internally and externally a harmonious person. Internally, by his thoughts and emotions. externally by his actions and words. I am reminded of an incident which I saw from very close in the presence of Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam on 20th June 2015, just 5 weeks before he passed away. When he was just approaching the assembly to address on the launch of Transcendence, my spiritual experiences with Swamiji Maharaj. A small little village boy, he from the crowd ran up to Dr. Kalam and bringing out a small piece of paper torn from his notebook and a pen, said, "Autograph, sir, autograph, sir." And Dr. Kalam, breaking all the protocols, allowed the little boy to come near to him. And he picked up that piece of paper from him, uncreased it, and against the base of a wall, he autographed, and very happily and with a smile on his face, gifted it back to the little child. Walking a few steps, he said, "You must never disappoint a small child because these are his first years of service." After the 2.5-hour assembly, when he was again coming off the stage to sit in his car, an old village man, must be in his 80s, he shouted, "Dr. Kalam, Dr. Kalam." And Dr. Kalam looked at him and he said, "My little grandson, he wants to have a photograph with you." Immediately, Dr. Kalam stops there. I had seen this incident from just 2 feet away. And there was a while where the little boy was found from the crowd. Dr. Kalam called him near and placed his hand on his shoulder and fulfilled his wish to have a photograph with him. Walking a few steps ahead and sitting in the car, he said, "You must never disappoint an old man because these are his last years upon this earth." See the spontaneity, but it came out of his harmonious heart. When we care for people, we'll be able to revive the economy there. And as mentioned by Dr. Hari, of his last address to the students of IIM Shillong, but I would add a memorable incident to it. In his last meeting with Pramukh Swami Maharaj, in total he had 15 from 2001 to 2015. You all would be surprised to know this fact that Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, he, with folded hands, begged a blessing from Pramukh Swami Maharaj that you put your hand on my head and bless me that I should breathe my last talking to my students and trying to inspire them. Pramukh Swami Maharaj was a bit hesitant to give such a blessing. But on the insistence of APJ Abdul Kalam, Pramukh Swami Maharaj put his 2 hands on his head and said, "As per your wish, whenever you will breathe your last, you will be talking to the students." That was more than 3 years before he passed away. And he, while talking to students at IIM Shillong, he collapsed and left us. But he was so much harmonious to people. Such harmony can revive economy because we will care for each other, not dump each other. Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, he presented to Pramukh Swami Maharaj that I and my think tank, we have worked upon 5 areas where we need to work so as to develop India into a developed nation. For that, he had Vision 2020. The first area was education and health. Second was agriculture. Third was infrastructure. Fourth was communication. And fifth was critical technology. Then with folded hands, he asked Pramukh Swami Maharaj that out of all your wisdom, would you like to add any aspect to it? And Pramukh Swami Maharaj said yes. And the aspect is faith in God. Because with faith in God, you will get ethical people to work in these 5 areas to revive economies and to flourish. Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam liked this idea. And wherever he used to talk in any conferences and seminars thereafter, he would always narrate this incident that of these 5 areas, I have added the 6th one, and that is called faith in God. And that faith actually creates ethical people. Because what we need in the world today to survive and flourish when it comes to economics is that we need honest, ethical people. With honest and ethical people, we would be able to personify the dream of Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam to eradicate poverty, not just from one nation, but from the entire world. Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam had this dream, and he used to work very hard to personify this dream and to make it a session, to make it life of the people. So any amount of accolades that we shower on Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam are very less, he being a harmonious person. Economies will flourish, economies will sustain, and economies will know no bounds if each and every individual upon this earth decide to be harmonious with their own self, their family members, with their social circles, with nature, with society, with the nation, and with humanity at large. Thank you very much for inviting me and patiently listening to me. And I pray to my Guru Param Puja Mahan Swami Maharaj to bless us all with ideas, with systems, and with involvements and innovations that we can help institutions, we can help societies, and we can help governments to revive rural economics post-COVID-19. Again, I pay my sincerest and loving tributes to Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam on his 5th death anniversary, and my gratitude and thanks, sincere, Dr. Hari, for inviting me for this webinar. Thank you very much. Namaskar and Jai Swami.
Thank you. Thank you, Swamiji, for a wonderful message. So this is the Transcendence book Swamiji was talking about. First copy of this book was delivered on June 20th to Pramukh Swamiji. And the message I read earlier is on page 50 of this book. So it's a wonderful book, and I would like to request everybody to pick up a copy and read. There's so much of wisdom that Kalam has shared with his Guru's experiences on spirituality and many other aspects. Thank you very much, Swamiji. So now I would like to move on to the program. So before I invite our next guest, who is going to be the chief guest of today's program in absence of the governor, is Dr. Satish Reddy, who is already on the Zoom session. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us today. So I would like to make few remarks before I introduce you formally. As Swamiji mentioned, His Holiness Pramukh Swamiji was the head of the Swaminarayan organization, and the BAPS celebrated their centennial year on August 7, 2007 in New Jersey. That was my first introduction to Pramukh Swamiji. And he blessed me on August 9th, 2007. That time I was the founding president of Chinnajiyar Swamiji's VT Seva organization in USA. So November 2007, Dr. Kalam visited Karimnagar, which my home place, for a Lead India 2020 Aap Badho Desh Ko Badhao training program, where about 253,000 students underwent the training. Dr. Kalam personally visited the place and blessed all those youngsters. And that time we were thinking of establishing an Ippanapalli Charitable Foundation to provide services to healthcare, education, and also bring peace and harmony without having any contact with Dr. Kalam before that. And we set up a Shanti Sri honor for people who are promoting such values, individuals or organizations. We wanted to honor them. And after learning Dr. Kalam's initiative, the Lead India movement, and visiting Karimnagar in November of 2007, I studied what it is, and I was very impressed with it. And I took a bold step of writing to Dr. Kalam, "Sir, we want to honor you with this Shanti Sri honor for making a difference in the society by transforming youth into responsible citizens and trying to establish peace and harmony in the society." To my surprise, Dr. Kalam invited me on March 8th, 2008 to meet him in Delhi in 10 Rajaji Marg around 8 p.m. I took my advisors, Dr. J. Bapareddy, Professor Sudarshan Acharya ji, and Vice Chancellor of Telugu University that time, Ms. Aula Manjulata. So we landed in Delhi and we went to meet him and we were invited on time. And our meeting was for about 15 minutes. And he wanted me to present, Hariji, why you want to do this? And after 5 minutes of my explanation, he interrupted me and said, you don't look like a Tata or a Birla, but you have a grand vision. If you're honoring me for the Lead India movement with the Shantisri honor, it is in the very early stage, very beginning of this, but we need people like you to take this forward. And when it becomes a big movement, I will certainly accept your Shantisri honor. That's how the meeting went on. And we mutually shared our life stories, and meeting lasted for 45 minutes. And that was my first meeting in person. And then after some time, when I returned back to US, we invited Dr. Kalam to launch the US chapter. And he was visiting the Wharton School for a keynote address on March 24th, 2008. He was in US. March 26th, 2008, we launched the Lead India USA chapter. Since then, I've been volunteering relentlessly. Whenever Dr. Kalam was in US, I met him. Whenever I went to India, for every occasion, I made an attempt to meet him, and I met him several times. The interesting meeting that I had was in Raj Bhavan on June 19th, 2013. I was invited to deliver a keynote address where he was the chief guest to launch Lead India Bharat Ratna schools near ECIL in Hyderabad. And he personally wanted me to deliver the keynote address. And I took my keynote address for his blessings to Raj Bhavan on June 19th, 2013. And he read it in entirety and said, Hariji, this is democracy. You can state anything you like. So I wanted to make sure that whatever I was quoting about him is appropriate. The next day on June 20th, 2013, the Bharat Ratna School was inaugurated. Over 10,000 people attended that event. And live media. And after that, I was on the media channels talking about that particular concept. The concept was Dr. Kalam was born on a small fisherman village in Rameshwaram. And he was able to become an aeronautical engineer, a rocket scientist, a missile scientist, and ultimately received the Bharat Ratna and became the president of India. He felt every human being genetically very close, and especially the people of Indian origin. If Dr. Kalam could become a Bharat Ratna and a president, and he felt given the opportunity, given the resources, given the mentorship, guidance, whatever is needed, every person can achieve the pinnacle in their career and they can become Bharat Ratnas. With that concept, that's how we started that school. And we laid out a foundation called Lead India Bharat Ratnas Education and Research for Transforming Youth, Liberty Foundation. That's how it was blessed by Dr. Kalam. Now we are trying to promote establishing Liberty schools to fulfill the dream of Dr. Kalam. So with this, we have some more things. We invited Dr. Kalam on his 84th birthday to US, October 15th, 2015. And in order to do that, I met him. The last was on December 30th, 2014 in Delhi again to explain about the conference. And we wanted to do this in association with the United Nations Sustainable Development Program of the 17 Sustainable Goals. And 4 things we identified to align with the UN was provide affordable quality healthcare to keep India healthy, provide affordable quality education to keep India educated, and provide and preserve and protect the planet for future generations. Then ultimately, as Swamiji mentioned, bring peace and harmony, develop spiritual families to bring in peace and harmony in the society. So with these 4, we held a conference on October 17, 2015, on the occasion of his 84th birthday, but Dr. Kalam was not able to make it because he passed away on July 27th. So we held a tribute memorial for Dr. Kalam on August 2nd, and the Shantisri honor was presented to him on the hands of Sri Raj Mohan Gandhi, the grandson of Mahatma Gandhi in New Jersey. And then that memento was sitting in US. And 2 years ago, I met Dr. Satish Reddy ji in Hyderabad. He is the chairman of the DRDO, and he was kind enough to facilitate reaching this memento to Rameshwaram and permanently had a place in the museum that DRDO built. And I was invited on October 15, 2019 to attend that 88th birthday. And Dr. Satish Reddy ji was kind enough to receive on behalf of the museum on October 14th in 2019 in Hyderabad in an event. So I would like to thank Dr. Satish Reddy for doing such a memorable thing, and the memento is in its final destiny in the museum. With this background, I would like to introduce our chief guest of this webinar today. Dr. G. Satish Reddy is an Indian aerospace scientist and the current chairman of Defense Research and Development Organization, it's called DRDO, and Secretary, Department of Defense, R&D, and Director General, Aeronautical Development Agency. In June 2015, he was also appointed as a scientific advisor to the Defense Minister of India. Dr. Satish Reddy presently heads Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Missile Complex. He is the chief architect of India's Mission Shakti anti-satellite missile test, ASAT, and led the entire launch operations. An acclaimed navigation specialist, Dr. Reddy personally led the development of systems that guide a missile that travels at hypersonic velocity to a satellite 300 kilometers away, that is traveling through space at almost 30,000 kilometers per hour, and achieved a direct hit with a centimeters of accuracy. Dr. Satish Reddy recently and his DRDO team is instrumental in building a 1,000-bedded COVID hospital in New Delhi to treat the COVID-19 patients in a record 12 days using all the indigenous equipment. He is in the process of expanding the same to other metro cities in India. It's my honor and privilege to welcome Dr. Satish Reddy to address this global webinar. Dr. Reddy, please unmute and address the gathering, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Hari, and all the people who are present there. I think Swamiji, I just heard, and then I see here, I think Professor Hemchandra Reddy. I think Professor Anil Sahasrabuddhe and others who are present here on this occasion. My namaskars and good evening to everyone who is present there. Let me thank the organizers for inviting me, particularly Dr. Hari, for this event and making me express some of my views and my association with Dr. Kalam and other things. Firstly, Dr. Kalam, I think I met him in the year 1986 on the same day, July 27th. And when I joined direct as scientist in Defense Research and Development Laboratory, where he actually, first time when I met him, he gave me a book, go through it and come back after a couple of days, and then we'll think about what I will do with you. So when I went back with the book and gave a brief of it to him, then discussed with me a couple of points on that, and then he has posted me in the navigation group where started working. And the last I met him was on, I think around July 6th, 2015. When I joined here in Delhi as scientific advisor to Raksha Mantri, I called him and like to meet you, sir. Then immediately he said, yes, you come in one day evening and let us sit together and discuss. When I went there, then he took me to his library in the first floor of number 10 Rajaji Mark. Then I think we almost sat for about 1 hour 45 minutes. We have been discussing many things. He has been advising me what should be done, what you should do as scientific advisor, and what are the activities, how you should take forward the technical activities, technological aspects, and many things. And wherein he gave many ideas, one being, why don't you make reusable missiles? A missile which goes and delivers a payload, comes back, takes another payload, and again goes. This sort of a things always, he keeps getting the ideas and always inspiring us and giving the necessary impetus to us to think in new lines and making us work towards the nation developing state-of-the-art systems. In fact, let me tell you one incident when we were there in DRDL, when we made the first missiles, Prithvi and Agni and all that. We were becoming one of the 6 or 7 nations in the world. And every time when a Prithvi is launched or Agni is launched, we were becoming one of the 6 or 7 nations. And Dr. Kalam used to say us, yes, I'm happy that we have developed a couple of missiles and then we are becoming one of the 6 or 7 nations. And he used to tell, hey, funny guys, when will you actually make this nation become the first of its kind in the world, where it develops first of its kind systems? And so that's how actually we worked on the BrahMos missile with Russia and made the system, which was the actually only supersonic missile at the time in the world. So this is the type of ideas he used to get. And then he used to tell the people, all of you know that, dream, dream, dream. Dream that you will become a famous engineer, famous scientist, or a famous doctor, or famous actor, famous politician, whatnot, something great. This is what he used to tell. In fact, so you taking the lead from that, we have started a program called Dare to Dream. This is a program where we put an innovation contest and in defined areas, and people who give brilliant ideas are selected and they're awarded and rewarded. On this occasion today, again it has been, this year, it has been again announced the Dare to Dream contest for this year. And people who are there, most of you also who are present here, youngsters particularly, can participate in this and come out with brilliant ideas which actually will take country forward. This is one of the other things. And also, when I went to Rameshwaram on 28th July 2015 to pay the last rites, then there, when Honorable Prime Minister, Honorable Raksha Mantri, all were there, that is the time actually the idea came and discussions were there between Honorable Prime Minister and Raksha Mantri. That is the time it was thought that a memorial to be constructed. Then the Raksha Mantri at that time, Sri Manohar Parrikar ji, has called me and said, DRDO is the right organization. As Kalam always had a soul in DRDO, and you being having a capability to build such memorial, he entrusted the job by saying these words. And that's how we have taken up job and completed in a very, very fast. And again, for the inauguration of that, the Honorable Prime Minister came and inaugurated the memorial. And I think now lots of people, rather lakhs of people are visiting that memorial. People who go there definitely to Rameshwaram, not only temple, definitely all of them are visiting the memorial also. So on this occasion, we should definitely take the way forward what has been shown by Dr. Kalam in working in multi-dimensional way. Dr. Kalam, when he was making missiles, he also worked for the people who are handicapped and how to build lightweight support system for the handicapped people is one of the ideas which came in. The materials, composite materials, what we use, and other alloys what we use, using them, he made the people work and developed those support systems which are required for the handicapped people. Similarly, with Dr. Somrazu, he worked and he developed Kalam Razu stunt, which again has been put into use. He also made a couple of scientists in RCI Hyderabad to develop a pacemaker so that a low-cost pacemaker can be developed, made in the country, which can be implanted. In fact, an external pacemaker has been made in the laboratory at that time. Later, you all know Vision 2020, which came out, looking to all-round growth of the country, whether agriculture, rural development, water, power, everything, education, whatnot, and all that. Many ideas have come out, emerged, and he came out with a document and how India should grow. So this shows that an all-round development, thinking about many things, not as a technologist, and also concentrating on the children and making the children are the future of the country. So I should motivate them. I should make good, positive thinking and active and energetic children should come out, wherein I can trigger their brains to think in an innovative way. So this is the motive with which he went around various schools and tried to motivate all the children of the country. So with that in the background, when you look at it, the present COVID pandemic which has come into this country, it is everyone's duty how to fight this pandemic, how to see that the country's economy doesn't suffer, whereas use this occasion to see that your economy of the country glorifies. I'm sure before getting into the rural development aspect of it, or rural economy aspect of it, in general, when you look at it, the country has responded to this. I'm not talking about whether you have developed a medicine for it or you have developed a vaccine for it. Even that aspect, lots of work is going on in the country. Many people are coming out with many drugs and vaccine and related research, and trials are going on in the country. I'm talking about other aspects. In the fight against COVID, many things which are required by the common man, or doctors, or medical facilities, the country has responded tremendously. In the country, the PPEs, if you look at it, earlier there were 47,000 PPEs were made per year. In 365 days, 40,000 PPEs were made. Today, I think we are crossed about 6 to 7 lakhs PPEs a day. There are many more industries who are ready to produce and either export or for the country's sake and all that. I think the capability today is more than about 10 to 15 lakhs PPEs a day. The same thing with respect to masks. We are producing again 5 to 6 lakhs masks per day. Again, the capability of the country today has about 10 to 15 lakhs PPEs per day, masks per day. Look at the ventilators. We were producing bare minimum ventilators. Couple of industries here and there were producing some minimum number and giving it to the country and give it to the world. And within 45 days, all of us worked very hard. Many things have indigenized. Many critical components which were coming from South America and Europe and all that have been indigenized in a very record time, whether it is solenoid valves or pressure sensors or MEMS-based sensors, differential sensors, oxygen sensors, flow sensors, many types of valves, all have been made in the country, and completely indigenous ventilators have come out in less than about 2 months' time, or 45 days, I can say. And today, country has produced more than 20,000 ventilators. And we have the capability to produce more than 20,000 ventilators a month. State-of-the-art and high-end ventilators. I'm not talking about low-end ventilators. Very high-end. We could open at least about maybe 300 to 400 industries in the lockdown period. People have been brought back from the rural areas who have gone back to the villages. They all came, industries were opened. In a very severe lockdown situation, industries were opened and people have worked on that and developed many products. I'll tell you, DRDO itself has come out with about 75 products which have been developed for varieties of applications in the COVID pandemic, in the fight against COVID pandemic. And there are more than about, I'm talking about tier 3 and tier 2 and tier 1 industries. More than about 150 industries have taken only DRDO products and started producing them in a big way. So many industries. And today, many of them have started exporting. This is an opportunity. This is what I'm saying actually. Use the COVID pandemic as an opportunity to see that your economy is rising, economy is prospering. So that is how the country has responded. Lots of things have come up and lots of things have happened in the country, many things. And this is where it is given that confidence to the nation that we can do anything. Imagine a 1,000-bedded hospital with about 250 ICU beds has been established in about 10 days' time by DRDO. 10 days from nothing to this. Okay. So that is the type of a situation, and that is gave the confidence, and that is how actually Honorable Prime Minister has come out with Atmanirbhar Bharat. This is the occasion where the industry should come up, industry should flourish, and we should produce many state-of-the-art items, and we should be able to supply it to the world. That's how so many things have been given to industry, supporting industry. Many measures have been announced with the government of India in supporting the industry, and lots of products actually coming out, and we are trying to give it to industry so that industry flourishes. The people who have gone back, the immigrant workers, many of them are being brought back in making sure that most of these works and industries are back in the field and trying to work and all that. Leaving aside how the rural economy with the agricultural and locally what it can be done. There are many governments who are working to see that many of the products which are actually required for the fight against COVID pandemic are actually being made by rural population. The Dwakra women and many women who have many small equipment with them being made many of these items. So use this opportunity, not the agricultural alone, and many of these things which are required in the current day situation can be developed by these people in the rural areas. And also with the industry picking up fully, again the workers going back to the industry, we need to see that the economy is flourishing. This is one of the important things actually the country needs to do, and particularly, as I said, a lot of confidence has come into the nation that the way we responded to the COVID pandemic, we can stand up and we can fight, we can develop many things, we can come out of this type of a situation and make many products. We don't have to buy from countries like China and all that, and we can make everything here. Even I'll tell you, the mask, what you got, whichever is the NRV is there, we were importing from China. Within about 3 days, our people developed it. So this is the type of a scenario what has come up. I think the country took this as a challenge. I'm sure everyone will be able to take this as a challenge and then come up and fight the COVID pandemic and also rise to the occasion, seeing that the economy of the country flourishes in a big way. And with this, I have another meeting I have to go, and so I'm not able to continue and give my ideas further. And thank you very much, Dr. Hari, for giving me this opportunity. And thank you all who are there. And Namaskar, Jai Hind.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir, for taking the time. I know it's a busy schedule for you today. Everywhere you are talking about it. But one thing I would like to request you is the same what you did in Delhi, replicating that in all other metro cities and secondary cities would be a wonderful idea to save people from this COVID. Please consider and see if how many of those Delhi hospitals can be replicated in other parts of the country, sir. Thank you very much. And one more thing I would like to mention, Dr. Satish Reddy is an alumni of JNTU Anantapur, and it's a proud moment for JNTU Anantapur to have you as the chief guest for this occasion, sir. Thank you very much, and may God bless you. Be safe and save the people as many places as possible by setting up the hospital, sir. Thank you very much. Have a
Hariji,
great.
I would like to add one word.
Please go ahead.
On behalf of Jawaharlal Nehru Technological University, Anantapur, indeed, we proudly feel for your presence in this occasion. Heartfully, we thank, sir. I'm Dr. Srinivas Kumar, Vice Chancellor, Jawaharlal Nehru Technological University, Anantapur. And indeed, very happy for your presence. Heartfully, we thank you for your presence.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Srinivas Kumar. We'll meet some other time, and all the best to you. All the best to you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Hari. Before we continue with today's program, I would like to take a few moments to highlight Dr. Hari's experience. Dr. Hari Appanapalli is a financial services professional, an entrepreneur, and a philanthropist with a passion for healthcare, education, and the environment. His mission has been to transform youth into responsible citizens to establish a peaceful society for harmonious living. He received his B.Tech in Mechanical Engineering from JNTU Hyderabad, a Master's in Computer Science from New Jersey Institute of Technology, and completed an executive program in General Management from Massachusetts Institute of Technology. He is an entrepreneur, keynote speaker, investor in disruptive technology companies, and serves as chairman of the board for the CIC group of Quibble Genomics Institute. He is a visionary, mentor, founder, and chairman of the Lead India and Liberty Foundation, advisor to Alternate Development Organization in Norway, and the founding board member of the Financial Policy Council. He serves on the boards of several for-profit and non-profit organizations. Dr. Hari Appanapalli worked closely with the 11th President of India, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, on the Lead India movement since 2008. He is the founding chairman of the Lead India Foundation, USA. Lead India is a brainchild of Dr. Kalam's Vision 2020 and founded with the mission to provide affordable quality healthcare, affordable quality education, preserve and protect the planet for future generations, and develop spiritual families to establish peace and harmony in the society. Let's welcome back Dr. Hari Appanapalli to continue today's global webinar on the impact of COVID-19 on the development of rural economy, challenges and opportunities.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Vaishnavi, for the graceful introduction. So now we wanted to play the tribute video to Dr. Kalam. So in front of Dr. Satish Reddy ji, but he has to leave, but we'll continue with that anyway. So MCs, please play the tribute video for Dr. Kalam.
I want the young people to understand how to manage the failure. Because any task you do, you have to come across problem. Problem should not become the captain of the individual or the project chief. And the project chief should become the captain of the problems and defeat the problem and succeed. Every youth wants to be unique, that is you. But the world around you is doing it best day and night to make you just everybody else. The challenge, therefore, my young friends, is that you have to fight the hardest battle. You have to fight the hardest battle, which any human being can ever imagine to fight, and never stop fighting until you arrive at your destined place. That is the unique you.
Sir, how did you become so great?
have a dream. I must continuously acquire knowledge, hard work, not afraid of problems. That will be successful. Okay? When you say economically develop India, it has got 10 components. I imagine 10 components. The first one, a nation where the rural and the urban divide has reduced in life. Concentrate. We should concentrate economic development, and that means the education, healthcare, and various economic activities should increase. So that is the most important thing. Always they decide who made the nation great by becoming a developed India. That's the bigger mission compared to any other thing. Where there is righteousness in the heart, there is beauty in the character. When there is beauty in the character, there is harmony in the home. When there is harmony in the home, there is an order in the nation. When there is order in the nation, there is peace in the world. Question is whether you want to be you or everybody else.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much, MCs, for playing this. Professor Srinivas Kumar, please check if the inaugural keynote speaker is here in the Zoom. If not, we'll move on with the program. So MCs, could you please go with the next speaker?
Namaskar to everybody. I am Professor Devakumar, Director, School of Management Studies, JNTU Anantapur. I take a privilege to introduce our guest speaker, Professor K. Hemachandra Reddy. Namaskar. Good evening to all of you. I am Professor Devakumar, Director, School of Management Studies, JNTU University, Anantapur. I am privileged to introduce Professor K. Hemachandra Reddy. Professor K. Hemachandra Reddy, Chairman, Andhra Pradesh State Council of Higher Education. He is having more than 30 years of teaching and research experience in the field of mechanical engineering. He is specialized in the areas of thermal engineering, computational fluid dynamics, and latest technologies in mechanical engineering. He has published more than 135 technical papers in various national and international journals, and he has executed externally funded research projects sponsored by DRDO and other prestigious organizations. He has guided more than 39 scholars for PhD degrees, and he has delivered more than 50 invited lectures in various universities and organizations. And he has organized 10 workshops and seminars on various topics. He has received a good number of awards, and to quote a few of them, so he has received Anna University National Award for the Outstanding Academic Degree level institutions from ISTE New Delhi, India, and he is a recipient of State Best Teacher Award from Government of Andhra Pradesh. And he also received Broad Outlook Learner Teacher Award from Air India, and he has visited various countries, namely United States of America, Austria, Malaysia, on academic and research assignments. Professor Hemachandra Reddy is a member of various distinguished professional bodies, including American Society of Mechanical Engineers, and he is a gold member of International Solar Energy Society, and he has served many other professional organizations in various capacities. And he is presently the chairman of Andhra Pradesh State of Institution of Engineers, India, and we are very much proud to own him as his alumnus of JNTU Anantapur, and he is a professor at our university. So we welcome you, sir. It is a great honor for us to invite you to give your speech on this occasion. Welcome you, sir.
Thank you, Professor Devkumar, for a nice introduction. Distinguished personalities assembled here, Dr. Hari Panapalli, the Vice Chancellor, JNTU Anantapur, Professor Srinivas Kumar, Honorable Governor of Andhra Pradesh, Vishwabhushan Harichandanji, in absentia, and my mentor and guide, Dr. Satish Reddy, the Chairman DRDO, Dr. Raghav Rao, Director CFTRI, and other distinguished personalities here. Greetings of the day, and thank you for the opportunity given. I feel very happy on two accounts. One, for the opportunity given to pay tributes to the great scientist, the guided missile, as they fondly called him, the scientific community of this country. Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam on his 5th death anniversary, and for giving me an opportunity to participate in a discussion on a very pertinent topic, development of rural economy, particularly in the wake of COVID-19. In fact, I heard people discussing, fondly recollecting their memories with Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. And he's a man who brought in a change in the thinking of this country. And he is a man who always tried to rejuvenate the youth of this country, and particularly the youngsters. And this country owes a lot to him. Definitely, going forward, we would like to realize all the dreams or the vision he had for this country. And very quickly coming to the topic, COVID, the pandemic has hit India, in general, the entire world, very seriously, and the economies started rolling down. And the India's economy for the year 2021 is put at, economic growth predictions is put at 0.8 to 4%. A very wide range of GDP prediction. All this because of the uncertainty created by this COVID-19. IMF puts the India's growth prospects at 1.9%. And definitely, we need to talk about the rural economic growth, because 70% of this country lives in the villages. So when the country is planning for the economy post-COVID, quite naturally, the economy planning at the village level will be a very crucial one. And it all depends on how quickly we find a solution to this ongoing crisis, and how quickly we will make the economies open and active. So, in view of this, I have a few points to make, particularly on the topic, the rural economy and its development, challenges and opportunities. I just would like to recollect the vision of Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. Exactly 17 years back, on the eve of India's 54th Republic Day, address to the nation, he has explained his vision for the rural India and rolled out a program called PURA, providing urban facilities, urban amenities in rural areas. And it's good 17 years. Nothing much has happened, but of course, the government of India is seriously still pursuing his vision of providing urban facilities in rural areas. In fact, when he has proposed this PURA concept, he was talking about 4 elements of connectivity: the physical connectivity, the electronic connectivity, the knowledge connectivity, and which in turn he thought will lead to the economic connectivity of the villages with the mainstream. So till that point of time, the village economy was not greatly considered except for the agricultural GDP that was talked about. And if you look at it, after 17 years, after he came out with this vision, still it is very pertinent that we need to improve the facilities in the rural areas of this huge country where 70% of the population live there. In fact, the challenges are many. It's not such a simple task providing the urban facilities in the rural areas. Particularly talking about the ICT connectivity, it's a real challenge. And maybe for the years to come, India has to continuously pursue this aspect of providing electronic connectivity in rural areas. And what will happen if you go for electronic connectivity of rural areas? The entire market, the village market, can be straight away connected to the global market. And insofar as it is concerned, as on today, the rural economy is basically agriculture based, and the agricultural produce is now we need to have a connectivity to sell it in the urban areas or the international market. And we are ignoring right at this point of time the important aspect of rural produce, the agricultural produce consumed within rural India. So a local market needed to be developed, and this is going to be possible only by providing proper electronic connectivity. So the government of Andhra Pradesh particularly, in this aspect, it has quite an ambitious plan. Today, after the COVID has hit us very hard, one of the major affected area is the higher education in general. And today, people are talking about, the other day we had a meeting with the Chancellor of the universities, Honorable Governor of the state of Andhra Pradesh, and he was talking about the need for blended teaching learning, the traditional classroom teaching learning in association with online teaching learning. And again, the taking e-content into every nook and corner of a state like Andhra Pradesh, it's an uphill task. And let me inform the audience here that the Andhra Pradesh higher education size is 1 million. 1 million students pursue their education in higher education institutions of Andhra Pradesh. And if one has to plan for this online learning, we should plan for that electronic connectivity with every village, so that what is being taught in a university can effortlessly reach, very quickly it can reach the lost student sitting in a remote area. And the second thing that is troubling us is the electronic infrastructure, the computer infrastructure. The infrastructure needed to be improved, connectivity needed to be improved, and state government of Andhra Pradesh is coming in a big way addressing this issue. And the chief minister on the other day, he spoke his mind, said, at whatever cost, we should provide these two facilities to every village so that, students will not suffer, in view of this COVID. So when this is going to happen, parallelly, the government of Andhra Pradesh came out with another idea of, establishing a community planning and development board, particularly for the rural India. And here, the very objective is the felt citizens discussing the felt needs of the society. And in fact, there shall be a big resource planning and resource mapping for the development of each and every village. Now, the other objectives of this board include now discussing the development of community in the educational institutions among the felt citizens of these villages, and consolidating the felt needs and suggest action plan for meeting the felt needs of the villages, and to integrate ICT with people's empowerment to gain new abilities and ways to participate, for a networked society. When this is going to come true, I'm sure, the knowledge connectivity is ensured in villages, and when knowledge is made available at the doorsteps of the villager, quite obviously, the economy can kick off from in the village sector. And this is one thing that the government of Andhra Pradesh is planning. The other day, Honorable Chief Minister of this state, reviewing the situation, particularly in the agriculture sector, has called for going for revamping the food processing industry in the state of Andhra Pradesh. And he has given very clear instructions that food processing should be promoted in a bigger way in the rural India. Somewhere I was reading a report, which was quite alarming, which said what is getting perished in rural India in a month can feed the Great Britain for almost 6 months. Quite obviously, calling for measures to preserve the agricultural produce. And that obviously means to bring in cold storage facilities as much as we can. And that obviously means bringing in technology to the assistance of the villages. So when technology is brought to the village, the knowledge is made available, and internet connectivity is provided, quite obviously we are giving plethora of opportunities to improve the rural economy, and the rural market is will be all set to roll, and probably an upward surge is expected in Andhra Pradesh in a real short time. And probably we wanted to consolidate the interventions, whatever is being proposed at the government level. So going forward, we just would like to ensure that the entire rural Andhra Pradesh is very well connected with the mainstream, particularly with the urban Andhra Pradesh, and thereby the market is interlinked there, and we wanted to see that growth happens in the villages. And the higher education department of Andhra Pradesh is planning for the social interaction between higher education institutions and the society. Now, we have rolled out one such curriculum wherein the societal projects is made mandatory for every student of higher education institution. Now, by this, every student will undertake a problem, will define a problem and work for its solution. So this obviously initiates a huge discussion about the problems being faced in the villages, and the problems are brought back into the educational institutions, particularly the universities. The universities shall discuss, deliberate about these issues, and try to come out with such possible solutions, which will prompt policy making at the government level. So with all these initiatives, probably the government of Andhra Pradesh is planning to tackle the COVID issues, particularly post-COVID effects, and would like to give a quick push to the rural economy, and thereby, ensuring the safety of the villages. And with this minimum remarks, I just would like to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity. In fact, I'm like any other person, I am also very eager to listen to the experts who are going to deliver their concepts. Maybe a couple of them, if they're very interesting, we would like to put it for discussion at our level and take it forward. Thank you very much for the opportunity given.
Thank you. Thank you, sir, for your wonderful comments. Especially you highlighted Dr. Kalam's Pura program, providing urban amenities in rural areas. And you touched on the agriculture. I think because of the COVID, there's a lot of food is going waste, and your food processing mission that you started with the state of Andhra Pradesh will be definitely a useful thing. And on the willingness to accept the recommendations from this webinar to see what can be implemented in the state of Andhra Pradesh, that will be wonderful. The previous webinar we had on higher education, the governor of Andhra Pradesh, Telangana was interested. She sat almost all 4 hours to listen to the expert panelists, and she made some notes, and we are in the process of compiling the webinar proceedings. And we will do the same thing for this, and we will supply through Professor Srinivas Kumar and see what can be implemented to uplift the rural economy, because the migrant laborers are suffering. They are on the daily wages, and the agriculture is at standstill. And we have some experts who are bringing the technology into rural agriculture, so you can definitely listen to it. Please stay as long as you can and listen to the experts. Thank you very much, sir. I look forward to working with you. So MC,
one good news. Honorable Chairman of ASGT is joining shortly.
Thank you very much. As soon as he joins, we'll get him, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Okay. So MCs, please go with the next speaker, Queen Dayambi.
I would like to recognize the presence of Her Royal Highness Queen Dayambi Kawatsuila of the Democratic Republic of Congo. Queen Dayambi was crowned as the ruler of the Bena Shiamba people of Bakwa Indu of Central Kasai region, part of the ancient Ruba Empire, in 2016. She has been enthroned by all the Bakwa Luntu chiefs and now holds the title of Dayambi Mukalenga Mukaji wa Nakashama wa Bakwa Luntu, which means Queen of the Order of the Leopard of the Bakwa Luntu people. In 2019, she was crowned in Salvador de Bahia as Queen Mother of the Bantu people of Brazil for the historical African diaspora. Queen Dayambi is founder and executive director of the Elikia Hope Foundation in New York. She is the director of public relations of the Pan-African Council of Traditional and Customary Authorities. She sits as the president of the board of directors of African Views and is on the advisory board of the CC Forum in London. Queen Dayambi is also vice chairperson of the Global Blockchain Organization, which is an initiative of the Alternative Development Organization, for which she also sits on the advisory board. It's my honor and privilege to welcome Her Royal Highness Queen Dayambi Kawatsuila into this global webinar.
Hello, everyone. It's really a pleasure and an honor to be here with you today and to share such a panel with
one minute, ma'am. I request you 1 minute. I request Hari Ipanapalli, sir. He is joining. Somebody has to let him. Somebody has to see that he has to join the meeting.
Sure, definitely. Srinivas Guduru, please allow everybody who is on the waiting room.
AICT chairman is in online.
Yes, we will do. We'll allow him, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, madam. I request you to continue.
No problem. Yes, so I want to greet everyone on this very honorable panel. I'm very pleased and honored to be in your presence and to be, learning a lot of interesting things. I am indeed a representative of mainly a rural population in the Congo, the Bakwa Luntu people, as well as many people who work in rural areas in Brazil. And I am friends, of course, of many people in India. I believe that we are all really a family. And this COVID-19 may revealed some of the inconsistencies of the system of governance and also the economic system that we have, chosen to lead, the world economy. And we all, basically on this panel come from, former colonies of, Western countries like the United Kingdom or France or, in my case, Belgium, Congo. And we have not to forget that we have inherited, governance structures and, knowledge about what economy should look like because of, the past that we have been, subjugated to. So today the COVID-19 is really revealing a lot of these inconsistency, but also revealing the fact that we are really a global family and we are all, connected in so many more ways than we have always thought. So the globalization of, the economy is not something new. For thousands of years, we've been working with each other. We've been, exchanging, and we can just go and in our history to understand the interconnectivity. But never like today have we been so dependent of each other than what we have today. Even India, have a lot of connection with Africa, for instance, and depend on Africa for a lot of things for India's development, and Africa depend on India for many different things, and consumer goods, refined consumer goods, and so forth. And we can definitely increase these type of cooperation. What is important to do for me in this crisis is to recognize the importance of our rural areas and our rural, population, and the extremely important role they have to play in the fact that they provide for our basic needs, which is really food mainly. My people are farmers, and they cultivate. They have an immense, fertile land to cultivate, but yet again, because of a lack of, infrastructure and lack of access to some knowledge, they are missing out on the part of them participating to, the overall wellness of the country. Today, more than ever, we're realizing that, we have a brain drain that went from rural area to cities, and then most of our lives was mainly, to focus on developing our economy in the city, because we dream about these very modern, economies and very highly functioning, economy as it is in the West. And my encouragement is really to say, it's a good time for us to take a step back and to analyze what's going on, to analyze even the economic system itself that we really inherited from the West and from the great thinkers of the West, like Adam Smith, that came up with these economic theories. And now most of us are basically following the capitalist system. But it's time today to realize that there are limits to these systems, and they are flawed to this system, and those limits and those flaws are not serving the benefit of the majority of the population. Like I said, COVID-19 is indeed a pandemic. It's not the first pandemic. It's not the first time the world has to deal with, so a lethal, organism that, causes, havoc. We've been around for over 200,000 years as our modern form. We've been life on this planet, humanoid life on this planet has been around for millions of years, but we have been here for 200,000 of years. So our systems are very, very efficient into fighting, a lot of the ailments that are coming from nature. However, we also have to look at, a lot of medical doctors are also explaining to us that the fact that we are not necessarily able to fight, efficiently, our system is not able to fight the system efficiently, is somehow linked to the type of society we have developed. The pollution there is a high correlation between pollution and our inability to have an immune system, or a system fit enough to respond to this kind of attack. The food we eat, the excessively processed food that we eat have also weakened us, and have also caused us all kinds of, diseases and weaken our system. And we have a lot more cardiovascular diseases. We have much more, diabetes and all kinds of things that weaken our system. If we look at the United States, for instance, and what's happening in the United States, a lot of the people who are dying from COVID-19 are people that already have inherently, a weakened system. So all that to say that we have to regain our position as leaders of how we think and how we conceptualize economies and how we conceptualize the good quality of life. We can no longer just look at the West and want to emulate the West and want to simply copy the West and call it development and have that as our goal and as aspiration. For thousands of years, we have relied onto our own, rural economy and our farmers to make sure that we had the basic and fundamental needs met. We trusted that they knew nature well enough not to have to use, modified, organically modified seeds and all these things to be able to feed us. I understand, of course, the explosion in population requires us to find solutions, but we have to always seek to find solutions that are in balance with nature. And we have done it for thousands of years. We come from civilizations that have mastered these kind of approaches of how to live in balance with nature. Today, more than ever, I believe that it's a time for people of all kind of cultures to come and question the model that has been the predicate of what the world should look like and say, wait a minute, we have now the obligation to do this analysis, to have our economists, to have our leaders in healthcare, to have our leaders in engineering, to have our leaders in environmental, protection, to sit around the table with our own input that is imbued with our cultures and our history, and to say we can do things another way. Let's look, for example, I'm also an economist, and the system, when we're thrown into the system, COVID-19, the whole system can basically collapse. So what do we have to do so that we can prevent this from happening? And if the system is about to collapse, it's because we created such an interdependence on some things that are manufactured, thousands of miles away. And like for now, Congo, the borders are closed. So all the things that we're depending on that were coming from abroad are no longer able to come and the prices have come up, and the life, the circumstances of people's life have hardened. So what can we do now to change that? Yes, indeed, to bring back production of our necessity, of our basic needs on the local level, and to understand that we have to give incentive for people to realize that the work of farming is important, and it's as important to be a farmer as it is important to be a doctor or to be somebody that has done university studies. So I have in my land many farmers. Almost 90% of my people are farmers. And today with the COVID crisis, they don't farm necessarily to export the goods to the international market, but they were still able to, send their goods to city centers. But they themselves have not really been affected, because they live a very simple life where just their basic needs are met. And it requires us to start asking ourselves the questions: where do we want to go after this crisis? What kind of economy system do we want to go after this crisis? Because this particular system is built in the fact where there will be constant collapse for one reason or another. If it's not because of a banking, it's going to be because of something like the COVID-19 that comes and tells us we can no longer do business as usual. So what are the other systems, or what are the transition or the modification we need to do to create alternative systems so that we can have options and we can widen our ability to provide for basic needs? And I believe that maybe starting to think about a resource-based economy rather than a profit-based economy would be an answer to such thing as what's going on today. Because now we're talking about growth numbers and how, we're gonna go into recessions and so forth. But that's only because we are based on a growth and a profit-based economy. But when we transition to an economy that resembles the type of economy we used to have in the past, but we can modify it with the knowledge we have today, we can propose alternatives, then I believe we may not have to face, such circumstances where we have to basically, be at the mercy of market fluctuations and world events and so forth. We have to start thinking about globally as a global family. We have to start understanding that maybe resource management economy might be the future for our children, to be able to to live in a world that is so abundant, that offers so much for every single one. Just thinking about the African continent alone, today, the policies for African continent is predatorial. Everyone wants to go to Africa to take and take and take and take and take. Nobody's caring so much about saying, let's use Africa and let's use other so-called developing countries and see how we can foster or how we can install different systems of governance, this different system of economy, so that our main goal is not for profit-based and growth and eternal growth models, but rather for resource management, so that the needs of the people are met. And I think that there are many studies and many economists who are starting to question all the models that we have received, very archaic models that we have received of capitalism that are just there. I'm going to put communism in the same realm, because these models, when they were developed, one element was missing out of the equation: the element of the fact that our resources are limited, or they do need time to replenish. When they did all these economic models, they basically thought that we can just go in the earth and take as much as we want and just continue the growth and the growth and the growth. There is no such thing. Nature is our best teacher and teaches us that there is no such thing as something that keeps growing forever. So we may have to unplug ourselves, and maybe it might be the opportunity that COVID is giving us to give us the chance to start thinking and transitioning to different type of economy. And the only people who are really capable of doing that are people like you in India, are people like in Africa, are people who are now coming to the table with all the knowledge that we have amassed from our own cultures, but also with the experience we've had of observing the positive and the negative of the Western paradigm in every domain. So now I think it's the time more than ever that COVID is giving us the ability to note the inconsistencies of these models, so that we can resort to making the necessary adjustment so that we can create a better future for our children. So yes, I'm a queen of rural people, and today I can tell you that in the Congo, my people are actually better off than the people living in the cities, because their needs are met. And because the economy, when we do an economy that's not only turned towards the outside and export and making sure that we get the gross national product to show that it's always increasing and selling more and more in the foreign land, then we can, first of all, like the speaker before me said, we have to cater for local economy. When our communities are okay, first of all, when our families are okay, our communities can get better. And when our communities are better, yes, indeed, our nation can be better. And when our nations are okay, yes, indeed, our world is better. So we have to really look into what we have on the ground, what proximity, the resources we have in proximity, and see how we can use these resources to ensure that the needs of our people are met. And then we can then expand and see how we can create magnificent collaborations with other people who have the needs for things that we have that they don't have, and do exchange. So I'm really a great advocate of asking our scientists, our brains, and our very eager mind to go out there and to question everything and to be able to say, yes, this is how it's been working for now, but we can come up with better solution, and never to be afraid to question and never to be afraid to seek better solution, and also to join forces with people that we would not usually think that can collaborate with us, because being with people who are different allows us to broaden our perspective on how to look at a problem and to find creative solutions. So this would be my contribution today. I thank you so much for having me on this panel, and I'm very honored to get to meet everybody here, and I hope to be there to continue this discussion and to put my weight into this process of restoring a system, but by never forgetting that everything can be reinvented. When something doesn't work, we cannot just patch it, put some bandage, modify it, and expect the next crisis to bring us even further down. COVID is a lesson, and we have to use this lesson so we can expand ourselves, so we can dream bigger, we can dream better, so we can have a better world for our children and our grandchildren. Thank you so much, everyone, for listening and for giving the attention that I deserve on this panel. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Queen Diambi. Thank you so much. In spite of your change in schedules, and you made it, we welcome you and appreciate you sharing your insights about Africa, and in particular about Congo and your rural people. And Queen, live forever. And one more thing I would like to appreciate is you agree to come on to join with us, and we would welcome you to be onto the task force. We were creating the proceedings of this webinar that we will publish to everybody. So your contribution into the task force would be wonderful. I will set it up and I'll welcome you for that. Thank you so much, and be safe wherever you are, and God bless you. So our next speaker is going to be the inaugural keynote address by Professor Anil Sahasrabudhe, and I would like to request Honorable Vice Chancellor of JNT University to introduce our inaugural keynote speaker.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you, Dr. Hari. Indeed, I'm very happy to introduce Dr. Anil Sahasrabudhe. He's very busy. Though he's busy with MHRD, still is an interest to join the webinar. He has joined through WhatsApp. Heartfully thank Professor Anil Sahasrabudhe, Chairman, All India Council for Technical Education. I am privileged to introduce him. Professor Anil Sahasrabudhe is the Chairman of All India Council for Technical Education. Sir, graduated from BBB College of Engineering and Technology.
I think you drop it out because it's already too late in the day. So let me speak
it is only 1 minute. 1 minute, sir. Sir has brought many changes and reforms in the technical education in this country, and he is the one who has brought the online education, online evaluation, online examination, and he is proposing many reforms into the system. And heartfully, we invite you, sir, to be with us, present view of viewers.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Srinivas, Dr. Hari, Queen DMB, whom I was listening. Finally, I could join in after the meeting at MHRD. Congratulations for holding such a webinar. Very important topic that we are all faced with COVID-19 crisis, and how do we come out of this and what we need to do. I think I was very carefully listening to the Congo experiment. Actually, India is no different. Both India and Africa, as well as many Asian countries with long civilizational strengths, actually faced less difficulties during this COVID-19 crisis compared to the so-called developed countries. And that is where I think we have to step back and look at our old systems and how we can modify them to suit to the modern trends. It is not that we should go back in history and then follow the same things which have existed 10,000 years ago or 5,000 years ago, but the values which were created over thousands of years. I think there is a lot of strength in that, whether it is in terms of food, whether it is in terms of medicine. I think in the Indian context, I think we have an excellent medical philosophy, that is of Ayurveda, which has a very close-knit connection with the nature. All the plants, those species which are there, which are useful for any type of diseases and crisis, we have to go back and look at all those species of plants which are going to be useful to us. I think that is as far as the healthcare is concerned. As far as education is concerned, we used to have classes in the classroom, transform, and then move on to the online education. So we must use technology wherever it can be supplemented, wherever it can be used for going ahead. And therefore, whether it is online classes, whether it is the portal which is created called as Swayam, where we have more than 2,500 courses, whether it is teacher training program consisting of 8 modules, where faculty, when he enters into the system or she enters into the system, what all is required to empower a teacher, that is part of this. Then we have internships, which are very, very important, so that students know while they are graduating what is required to be done for the society and what is required by the industry. I think this connect between the student and the college with the society on one side and with the industry on the other side is very significant, and important. Collaboration is going to be more and more significant. And today that collaboration is happening through the portals such as Zoom, whether it is portals such as Microsoft Team, whether it is WebEx platform, whether it is Google. I think all of them empower us. And how we connect with each other and continue to do research. And one of the fundamental things which we understand from education is meant for not only self, but it is also for your own family, your own society, your nation, and the world at large. And in a connected world, which we call as global village, the Indian philosophy of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, that means the entire world is one family. We are all closely knit. And then the second important thing which our Sanskrit shlokas talk about is Sarve Janaha Sukhino Bhavantu. That means let us make everyone happy. Let us keep everyone happy. I cannot be happy unless my entire society is happy. Otherwise, there will be turmoil in the society, whether it is rural area, whether it is cities. And therefore, when a pandemic occurred, there was a difficulty in transfer of goods from one place to the other place. Although we talk about some of the products like a Boeing, aircraft, which has contribution from several nations and it gets assembled in one place. But nevertheless, there are systems which were in existence in our own system and which take care of basic needs of the human being, whether it is starting from the fresh air, the pollution that has occurred today, how do we overcome that on one side? Because we all live on oxygen every second, every moment. And therefore, starting with the fresh air comes the water. There is a scarcity of water in many countries. How do we use modern technology in order to have different possible resources through which we can make water available to every citizen? And then comes the food. The agriculture, about which Madam Queen talked about, is the major contribution for not only GDP, but for survival. We require proper food. And therefore, how technology can again enable in right decisions in terms of the selection of right kind of product that is to be produced. We find many times in our country, in India also, that when the prices of sugar are very high, sugarcane is very productive in terms of getting more money. And for the profit, if the farmer starts producing only sugarcane, we will not have rice and wheat and dal. And therefore, I think these are very important things which our farmers also need to be taken care of. There are several fertilizers which come from chemical industry back to the nature and have the fertilizer in this. And therefore that agriculture sector, and then the education sector, health sector, transportation, we have IT and therefore communication setups, and you name it, and in every field, in some way or the other, some developments had happened in the basic science, and therefore in the new world, we have to collaborate with each other because the resources are scant, and unless developing countries and the developed countries, they come together. Some people have developed huge economies, but today, during such a pandemic, those economies are all in difficulties. And therefore, how developing countries also can contribute to the developed countries, and how developed countries can share their technologies for the aid and help of developing countries. I think this collaboration, understanding that we are one world, we are one family, and therefore we have to help each other is a very significant thing which is important. Now coming to the new areas which are emerging, whether it is artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, machine learning, deep learning, 3D printing, we have cyber security, cloud computing, quantum computing, augmented reality, virtual reality, blockchain. These are all going to create new jobs. And therefore, our education sector, through the training of faculty members in all of these areas, should be engaging continuously. But at the same time, other type of faculty development programs which AICTE has initiated, which is called the Student Induction Program and Universal Human Values. Human values are across the globe same, how we help each other and the planet. And the United Nations of late has also recognized this, which we had in our cultures, and talked about today 17 Sustainable Development Goals. All of these Sustainable Development Goals, when we look into, you will have connect with the nature and environment on one side, connect with the society on the other side, and the principles and philosophies which are enunciated in the ancient cultures, all over the world. I'm not talking about only the Indian culture, but whether it is in Africa, whether it is in many other Asian countries, we had a rich and beautiful system which was in existence in terms of all of these facets which the modern world is facing today. So how we can keep the old and the new, modern and the ancient together is very, very significant. And I would like to quote a small example of Smart India Hackathons, which AICTE started 4 years ago, where both digital and hardware hackathons were held all these 4 years. And we found that students, whom at many times industry also and the society also keeps saying that they are not employable, their preparation is not good enough. I'm not saying that all of them 100% are good enough. We need to work further hard on them. But nevertheless, very same students, when they are in second and third year, when challenged with these problems which the countries of the world are facing, whether it is in water, whether it is in energy, whether it is in transport, whether it is in communication, healthcare, agriculture, education, I think our students have come out with out-of-the-box wonderful solutions which have been implemented by government departments and industries. I think we have to understand the young generation is a fast learner. But only what we need to emphasize to them is, with your experience, your nature of able to learn faster, please stabilize yourself and become a lifelong learner. Whatever you learn today is not good enough. We need to continuously go back to the basics, go to the drawing board, study from the library, from the internet, and then keep yourself upgraded. Thereby, you will always solve any problem that comes. In a country like our size, with 1.35 billion population, we may have a million problems. But with 1.3 billion population, especially the young generation, the youngest country in the world is India. And therefore, if we channelize their energies, the youth energy, in the right perspective, I think no problem is unsolvable. We will be able to solve all the problems that our country and the entire world is facing. With these few words, I once again congratulate Dr. Srinivas, JNTU, and Dr. Hari for engaging with the stakeholders. And I close here because I have not heard what all people had said. So I don't want to keep on repeating what many others would have said. But nevertheless, if the audience or the panelists have some focused questions, I would be loving to answer them as well. Thank you very much, Dr. Srinivas.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. It is an honor and privilege to have you here, and a lot of things that you shared, which are very dear to Dr. Kalam, and especially developing the rural economy and transforming youth into responsible citizens. And the induction program, especially you are introduced, that's an amazing program. And Lead India has a training program very close to what you do on the induction program. And also you mentioned about this new age technologies like AI, blockchain, genetic testing, 5G technology, augmented and virtual reality, cyber security, autonomous and electric vehicles, and especially the smart cities, if all these things can be incorporated into the learnings of the engineering students in India. I think they are the brains. And as Dr. Kalam said, by 2020, every 1 in 5 in the world will be of Indian working in the world. And average age of Indian working going to be 29 years. And he felt if we don't transform them into responsible citizens, it will be a disaster to India as well as to the rest of the world. I think you are the right person, and you're doing a lot of changes in the way we educate our engineers. And please continue to move them into the industry 4.0 kind of technologies to transform them and skill them, reskill them, whatever is necessary, what the industry requirements are, rather than producing just the degrees, but produce the skilled people who can have employable skills. I think the induction program will definitely transform them into good leaders, and as well as your vision to bring the industry 4.0 technologies will definitely make a difference. Dr. Professor Srinivas Kumar, just thank Sri Anilji.
Sir, Anil Sahasrabudhe sir, indeed we are very happy for your presence. As you are we would like to request you one point. Education should be at the doorsteps of the poor people. And what reforms the AICT is thinking in this direction?
I think a very pertinent question, especially when the lockdown started and colleges and universities were closed, and some of the institutes challenged and difficulties. Some of the student areas where access to itself was a question mark. I think they were handicapped, and therefore immediate need of the government, which already government is thinking of through what is known as Bharat Net, is to reach out to her. In the 70 years of independence, we started talking about all the villages. This government has been able to reach every nook and corner of the country in terms of road and in terms of electricity. But the next vision should be, how do we take internet also to all the remote villages, thereby education, in any case, wherever, whenever they are there, what we call it as anytime learning, anywhere learning, on any device learning, from any best professor in the world learning. I think this is the order of the day, and we will certainly support to that. Secondly, I have been appealing, and I will again appeal because you gave me another opportunity. So we may, through the government, reach out to all the villages in terms of internet bandwidth and connectivity. But when it comes to capability of buying those devices on which they can really access this education, whether it is laptops or mobile phones. This entire seminar I am addressing through a mobile phone, because I just rushed from the MHRD office to home, and there was no time to start the PC. So I came on board through a smartphone. So this education, examination, everything can go on either smartphone or a laptop or a PC or some smart device. And this is what only 25% of our Indian citizens are having or capable of buying. There are other 30-40% with great difficulty, they can also manage it. But the remaining last 30% is the one about whom we should be considerate. And my appeal is, all those middle class families in whose houses, at least I am sure 5 to 6 old mobile phones in working conditions are lying. If you throw them, they will become electronic waste and create environmental hazard. On the other hand, if they are working as it is, if they are not working, please get them fixed, repair by small money and donate it to the libraries, and poor students can be given access through this. NASSCOM, I requested, NASSCOM through their IT companies every year turns around more than 500,000 computers, and they buy new ones. The old ones are not too old. They are about 4 or 5 years old, and they are absolutely in functional condition. If they also donate, in every village we can have a center, a common place, common center where a computer, a TV set and an antenna is placed. Either Swayam or Swayam Prabha or any of these channels can be reaching to the nooks and corners, and we can take care of not having digital divide. We can win over that, and we can make really education available, accessible to every citizen who wishes to have it.
Thank you. Thank you so much,
Thank
sir.
you, sir. Thank you very much, sir, for your presence as well as for your valuable advices. We'll be in touch to develop the nation in terms of education, in particular in the rural sector. Thank you very much, sir, for your presence.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Live India will join hands with you, and we met the previous HRD minister to offer our services as well to enable people to learn through online. And also we introduced that induction program, which we wanted to partner with as well. We met a few of the people in Delhi, and we'll continue to do that. And especially in the rural area, we have the bandwidth issue. The electronic connectivity is the key. So once it is there, I think we can push other things to provide the online education as much as possible, sir. Thank you very much again. So MCs, please go with the next speaker, please.
One minute.
Yeah, go ahead.
His Highness Jagadish Dhaneti is a royal prince of the Kalinga Empire of India. Jagadish Dhaneti is a Hollywood director, actor, screenwriter, and founder of Pink Jaguars Entertainment in Los Angeles. He is among the most celebrated filmmakers of Indian cinema, and has worked with the biggest stars of the Indian film industry during his formative years, making him the most sought-after Indian director in the Indian silver screen. His professional journey from a writer to director shows his mastery of the 24 crafts of film, and his love for films and music is evident in all of his writer and directorial adventures. He is the writer and director of the biopic of Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. That is, the announcement for the film was made on February 9th, 2020 in New Delhi by Mr. Prakash Javadekar, who was the Honorable Union Minister for Information and Broadcasting of India, in presence of stalwarts from Hollywood and Indian cinema. He will be holding the megaphone for Kalinga War, Emperor Asoka's Last Battle, which is an ace film venture that was announced and set to be released in 2022. He recently announced Mission Kalam, an online tribute to Dr. Kalam from July 25th, 2020, which is the presidential swear-in date of Dr. Kalam in 2002, to October 15, 2020, which is Dr. Kalam's birthday, which is a convention for 11 weekends celebrating his life and the movie. In addition, he has announced phenomenal films that are cross-collaborative subjects, driven by the concept of world cinema. He aims at making magic on the screen through the best film techniques from across the globe, and creates masterpiece movies for generations to come. He is a sensation in world cinema through spectacular scripts that appeal to international audiences. I now welcome His Highness Jagadish Dhaneti to play his tribute to His Excellency Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam.
Hello, good morning and good evening to all of you. First of all, I want to say a big thanks to Dr. Hari Appanapalli. Today, Dr. Kalam's death anniversary. We have to talk it as a physical death, but Dr. Kalam is with us, in us, around us. I met Dr. Kalam's journey. The first person I met is Dr. Hari Appanapalli in USA, because I went all the way and I visited him, because he is one among the few genuine people who have been very dedicatedly taking up the ideologies of Dr. Kalam and moving the things in a very, very positive way. Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, this is the title for the upcoming Indian film, and The Immortal President, that is the Hollywood version of the same film. And I have no words for the great support by some great people who traveled with Dr. Kalam, being the resource persons. And as a total journey and as a total thread of this film, I should be indebted for the support given by Dr. Hari Appanapalli, and I'm very, very thankful for him for giving this opportunity. And Corona, COVID-19. Many people are talking and maybe negative or something, but I consider this in a very, very positive way. As all of the distinguished panelists are very well aware, the COVID-19 crisis has had a huge impact on every human being living on this planet. At the same time, it has also brought about a few positive effects, if I can use the word, in several industries, business all over the world. If I have to take example of my own industry, film line, COVID-19 has redefined the way we produce and consume basic environment service like a cinema. While we all are hopeful that people will start going to the cinema theaters and multiplexes sometime soon, we are making efforts to bring the entertainment services to everyone's home. I'm sure there will be a long-term positive impact from this change as we can now produce and share content with every person in the country, whether you are in Mumbai or in a remote village that has basic access to satellite and an internet network. If we have to talk specifically about the rural economy, I would like to say that I am more optimistic about the long-term positive impact that the current crisis brings for the rural economy. In the short term, I know that there are a lot of concerns and challenges like providing basic healthcare facilities in rural areas. I'm sure a lot of you are more qualified to speak about these challenges than me because I'm just a filmmaker. I know just cinema. So let me attempt to share some of my personal observations about the long-term positive effects and opportunities for the rural economy in general. One of the things that the COVID has taught everybody beyond washing utensils and cleaning homes is to respect the most basic things in life. I'm sure every one of us were worried and taking stock of our groceries, vegetables at our home during the peak lockdown period in April and May of this year. Every one of us, including the government, were talking of ensuring sufficient supply of food grains to all homes in the country. This required us to ensure that sufficient food was being produced, stored, and transported smoothly at all times. The government came out with several good reforms for agriculture sector in the last few months. I'm sure most of you have followed the reforms the government has announced recently in the areas of marketing of agricultural products. Going forward, the farmers and traders can sell and purchase their agricultural products across the country without any restrictions. I think this is a very significant reform which will help the farmers to sell their products to anybody or any place without depending on the local middleman or marketing bodies. If this reform alone is implemented in right spirit, I think we might have a scenario where a person sitting in Delhi can buy a fresh stock of Alfonso mangoes directly from a farmer in Ratnagiri. I'm sure none of us is going to mind spending a few rupees more to get fresh products directly from the farmers. We might also see some enthusiastic farmers becoming small businessmen by getting into other allied businesses like transportation and storage services to help their farming community to sell their products to customers who will pay a good price. I'm sure. If we invest and further improve our transport and storage infrastructure, these reforms can help farmers realize great prices of their product. I think that in the next couple of years, we have a good chance of seeing good growth in farmer income, which will have a direct impact on the rural economy. A healthy agriculture and rural economy can have a lasting impact on our country as a whole. We all know that agriculture is the largest source of livelihood for most part of the population in India. If this sector starts growing steadily, we will start seeing huge ripple effect across multiple industries in India. Our rural brothers and sisters will start consuming more rapidly, which will have a direct impact on industries like consumer products, agricultural equipment, two-wheelers, cars, and many other products. As the share of the rural economy grows, it's important in India's GDP. We will start seeing both private companies and governments take further steps to improve sectors like roads, irrigation, housing, and other rural infrastructure projects in the long run. This will have further cascading impact on several more industries. What can I say? Cement, infrastructure, automobiles, steel, power, banking, whatnot, many more. So to conclude, I would like to say that the present COVID crisis has provided an opportunity to rural economy to spreadsheet the growth of India's GDP in the medium to long term. I think Like this is very, very significant at these times when cities and urban centers have taken a backseat in driving the consumption and growth story of India. So I love Corona because it taught us life. Previously, the people almost reached to a level where it is simply mechanical, but now the people started realizing what is life. It taught life. And so even when we connect this to Dr. Kalam's ideology, he never thought anything as negative. He always thought everything in a very positive way, dreaming positive, everything positive, dreaming positive. So Corona is again positive because once we consider, there is no point when we consider Corona, COVID in a negative way, only negative, we can see only negativity. So everything is positive and we are expecting a good, great thing. And I'm very, very happy to talk like this to you because in the journey of Dr. Kalam, and it's a great opportunity for me to be connected to you through Dr. Hari Appanapalli, for whom I'm ever thankful. And thank you, every great personalities whom I met here. Thank you very, very much.
His Highness Jagadish Daneti for in a short notice joining us, and you did a lot of research on Dr. Kalam and you're building a very world-renowned movie equivalent similar to Gandhi's movie. So I would like to wish you all the best and thank you for sharing and paying tributes to Dr. Kalam on this occasion. So now we'd like to have the next speaker, Professor KSMS Raghav Rao, and he will be introduced by Dr. V.B. Chitra. Please continue. Thank you very much. Dr. Chitraji, please unmute.
Yes. Sorry for the interruption. I will save time for the next speaker by introducing myself. So I'm Dr. Raghav Rao, basically a chemical engineer.
Excuse me, sir, just a minute. I just introduce you and then you can proceed.
No, that's what I'm saying. In 10 seconds, I can introduce myself. That saves time.
Sir, that's okay, sir. Just let her introduce her. She prepared.
At 9 o'clock. I don't know how many speakers more are there.
Okay.
Go ahead, ma'am. Introduce him, please.
Good evening, all of you. So I'm basically a chemical engineer working in the Central Food Technology Research Institute for the past 30 years. Currently, I'm the director of this institute. So I'm very grateful for the organizers, especially Dr. Srinivas Rao, Honorable Vice Chancellor, and Dr. Hari Garu, Chair, Lead India Limited, for giving me this opportunity. It was a great privilege and honor to participate the tribute in Dr. Kalam. He's a great scientist and leader and visionary of this country. So I have not read the latest book that Swamiji was showing this transcendence, but I have read The Wings of Fire. So it was very inspiring, and he's a model. He's always led by example. Today we will be talking on our topic is impact of COVID on development of rural economy, challenges and opportunities. So yes, COVID is a big accident. As the previous speaker was telling, he loved it, but yes, it has a positive side of it. It is a accident in the history of time that has shaken both developed and developing nations. Neither poor nor rich is spared. All sectors of industry have been faced with the brunt of it. So I will be looking at only at the food processing sector. Rural MSME sector is one of the options for the revival of this economy. That's what I believe in, because it contributes significantly to the employment of the country. 51% of all the MSMEs are in the rural area. So already it is in the rural. And days are gone that wedding is at equals. Now MOUs are being written with giants, with startups. For example, Siemens has recently written MOU with a startup company from Stanford University. That is the new order that is happening. Another beauty of MSME is, unlike a giant, it is not totally in the service sector. It is in the 1/3 in the manufacturing, 1/3 in the trade, and 1/3 in the services. So it is well balanced. It has a very good advantages having here because it offers huge amount of employment, and 90% of the thing is coming from a micro industries, which are very much suitable for rural economy. But there are certain constraints and concerns for MSME also, because lack of availability of trained manpower and affordable and sustainable technology is the problem. Food processing sector and MSME definitely has an option, because food processing is the one thing can start at very small micro level, also go for a multinational, and it contributes 30% of the India's exports. So especially during COVID, situation has changed because the supply chain management got affected, both with respect to raw materials as well as the finished goods. Because of this, it has to be more for the local production, local consumption. So food industry has to gear up to this challenge. Food processing, another advantage is it can provide the highly skilled jobs that are required, and it can generate 30% of the employment. So at CFTRI, we are implemented this by an experiment. We are leading by example, because being the largest institute in food processing technology under one roof, we have started an incubation center here, and within no time, the technologies developed have been transferred to 4,500 MSMEs all over the country. The institute offers MSc Food Technology and ISMC courses, so it gives human resource very much. Not only that, several of the skill development programs we are conducting for medium and small scale people. Recently, we have written MOU with the Skill Council of India, so all these short-term courses are given along with the Skill Council of India. By being all these small startups at the CFTRI campus, the advantage for them is we are giving all the mentoring, all the equipment that is required, all the pilot plans that are required by them. Everything is being provided at CFTRI. So encouraged by this, new initiatives also we have started. Center for Excellence for Millets, because that is the some of the speaker was telling processed foods are not good for health. So it is partly true and partly not true. So millets is one of the area which is health foods and functional foods are being developed. So we are starting an incubation center for that. And the rice processing world over, there is no training center. So that also we are starting. The best part is entire 30 crores project is being funded by Buller and Epic companies. This is the total biggest venture of a private industry at CFTRI, which is giving a shining example for human resource and for rural development. Now the issue is saving the lives and the livelihood. Because if you revive the rural economy, there is a danger of COVID spreading. So we have to strike a balance. So out of the four engines of economy, economic growth, consumption, investment, exports are totally lacking. Only thing that is happening is government expenditure, because they are pumping in money to boost the economy. But how long it will work? So before that slowdown of consumption is taking place, private investment has to pitch in. And totally we have to reimagine what is the private investment. No more the old concepts or old style of functioning will not work. So out of the box solutions are required. There is a consumption slowdown. So even before the COVID has hit, there is a recession. But the only thing is, it has worsened the situation because of the COVID. There are job losses, salary cuts, these are happening. That is true. But economy is also like a human body. One way of giving is giving steroids, which gives a spurt of energy for the body, or give a long-term or medium-term treatment so that you revive gradually. So we cannot say this because we need a quick solution. Much might be said on both sides, so we should have a balance of these two things. Then rural and urban balance is also required. because the scale up is the problem. Many of the migrant workers, they have come back to the village areas. So that's why there is an issue in the urban area for the industry to run. So why they moved to urban areas? Because they thought they'll get a livelihood, even though there are poor conditions. Now he has come back because there also is a situation. So now we have to see whether we can provide a better conditions for them to stay back in the rural so that he can participate in these MSMEs of rural country so that he can make his life much more better. So for this purpose, India can be a back office and also a front office for the industry campaign, especially in this rural sector. So we have to increase our manufacturing abilities, as Dr. Reddy, Secretary DRDO, he was mentioning how our production abilities have significantly has increased. See, what we have only few thousands of protective gears before, now we are able to produce lakhs of them. So overnight we gave to the new situation, but at the same time, we have to use these things for developing the rural entrepreneurship. That's what CFTR again experimented on this. For example, preparation of ozone sanitizers, because everywhere the spreading of hypo oil or water is giving irritation for people. So it was thought that ozone can be done much better with the gas-based sterilization is achieved. So similarly, food processing also, we have given all the technologies as put on the website as a free technologies for the people to take it, so that rural population is benefited by taking this food processing technology and implement it. And MSME has given huge funds and huge clusters they formed with the government support, and both center and state government are giving these funds that are very effectively utilized to boost the rural economy in the food processing sector. Especially all the schemes that they will work only provided some stakeholders like technical universities, academicians, and research institutes have to pitch in. All the success of this government stimulus hinges on quick and efficient dispersal of the credit. May not be really happen because banks also would like to pay in a very play safe. So that's why we can convince easily. Food processing is one of the things which is a safe bet. They can invest and safely contribute. Rush for the growth in the nature could be frontline casualty, because economy, all this nature or environment will be a casualty, because the progress, the moment industry progresses, environment will get affected. So rural being a small scale industry, at the same time we can protect the environment also. That is the advantage of doing in a small scale at the rural level. So if I'm allowed to borrow our former DG's words, I'm dangerously optimistic that economy is very potentialistic to regain and rebounds back like a phoenix from the ashes. So once again, I thank all the organizers for giving me this opportunity, and Honorable Vice Chancellor Dr. Srinivas Rao for giving me this opportunity. I think I stuck to my time, so I'll just 9 minutes. Actually, I will overshoot by 30 seconds.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. I will have Dr. Chitra to convey the vote of thanks since she could not introduce you. Dr. Chitra, please come. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Wonderful message.
Thank you. Thank you. Sorry, madam. My intention was just to only to save the time, nothing else.
So now she will have the turn to complete. Thank you.
A very good evening to one and all. So I'm very happy to propose vote of thanks to Professor KSMS Raghav Rao. Sir, your speech is very ignited and very insightful. So we have learned a lot from food processing from you. Thank you very much for conveying your message on this occasion. Thanks once again.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Chitra. Thank you, Professor Raghav Garu. Appreciate you joining us. I'm sorry we kept you waiting. There was some risk rescheduling needed because of various other changes. Thank you so much, sir. So MCs, please introduce the next speakers.
Our next speaker, Ms. Manoranjana Gupta, is an accomplished Indian journalist turned entrepreneur and is now an advocacy professional. Ms. Gupta has spent the last few years equipping large corporations with strategies to engage with the government and other key opinion leaders by ethically influencing areas of policy advocacy, regulatory landscape, stakeholder mapping, and engagement. With her understanding of a consultative yet complex regulatory landscape, she has handled issues ranging from those related to market access, FDI, and the environment to the implementation of centrally sponsored schemes. She has applied her advocacy skills to sectors such as healthcare, pharmaceuticals, oils and gas, information technology, mining, infrastructure, energy, railways, aviation, science and innovation, and e-commerce. Currently, Ms. Gupta is a senior advisor and consultant to Vedanta, one of the largest mining corporations of India. She advises them on public policy and government advocacy while leading the team for the mining industry in negotiations with the government on how to further liberalize the sector. She has been instrumental in drafting the new sectoral policy, which is to be released shortly. It's my honor and privilege to welcome Ms. Manoranjana Gupta to deliver her keynote address on developing the rural economy.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Hari Efnapali, for the opportunity to speak at this prestigious forum. My greetings to all those who participated in the discussion today and those who are viewing this discussion on social media and other platforms. Today, the globe is talking about the impact of COVID-19, but mostly from a national perspective or from an urban-centric perspective. I would like to thank Lead India Foundation for asking each one of us to deliberate on various aspects of how the pandemic has impacted the rural economies. Before I begin, I would like to pay my humble tributes to one of the greatest human beings I've personally known, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Sahab. I had the honor to interview him in a 1.5 hour long session in 2006 during one of his visits to the northeast of India. Why I narrate this today is because we are discussing remote areas, we are discussing small economies, we're discussing rural areas. This was in the state of Mizoram. He was president of India then. It was very interesting that when I met him for a dinner at the Raj Bhavan, I expressed to him and I said that the people of Northeast India feel alienated from mainstream India. He said, of course I know, and I've always been trying to bring myself closer to this unique and beautiful region. He said I should suggest to him on what more he can possibly do. In just a very plain conversation, I said, His Excellency, why don't you address the people of Northeast India exclusively in a nice and long interview and just talk about them and not about the rest of the country. Give them a vision, inspire them. And he agreed. I was really jumping with joy. But the next day, the protocol division of the President of India called me and said, since independence, no President of India has ever given a live interview to a private channel. And he's a sitting president in office. It cannot be done. I was really disappointed. I conveyed my disappointment to President Kalam through one of the officers. And to my surprise, I received a call from him. And he asked me to come and meet him the next morning. When I went to meet him, he smiled and said, go ahead and prepare, and I shall go live on your channel to address the people of Northeast India. We did a freewheeling, candid interview for 1.5 hours. And he was the most amazing man and personality I had ever met. In my 25 years of media and journalism, I never met anybody as brilliant and as caring as him, a man with a vision for everything and everyone. In narrating this story about the Northeast, I wanted to also highlight his immense love and passion for the backward, rural and remote areas of the country. When he was penning his book, Turning Point, he called me after, I think after 1.5 years and said, Manoranjana, you're a part of my book. And he asked me for a transcript of the interview that I had done with him. And to my utter surprise, I found 12 whole pages in the book about my interview and about me. I'm so glad that Dr. Hari, you have created this foundation, Lead India, in which the guiding vision is that of a great man, a man as great as President Kalam. Now on the subject of how the pandemic has impacted our rural economies. Today, the world has acknowledged that despite India being a country of 1.35 billion people, it has managed to keep the figure of cases per million at a very low of approximately 830 only. At the same time, it has succeeded in ensuring a very low mortality rate of 2.3%, which is amongst the lowest in the world. However, despite the comparatively better picture on this front, India got massive negative global publicity for the reverse migration of labor class during the nationwide lockdowns that took place. There is no doubt that the reverse labor migration that took place shall have both short-term as well as long-term effects on the rural economy of India. However, I think the government has taken very prompt action and has announced economic packages with a mix of long-term as well as short-term measures such as cash incentives, wage subsidies to provide relief to the migrant laborers as well as to the marginal farmers. The first visible impact of COVID-19 in the rural sector has been on the agriculture supply chains. Transportation industry has been badly hit, demand has seen a major slump, and this has caused a sizable revenue loss to farmers, and they are being forced to sell their crop at a cheaper price, settle for a lower profit, which is really sad. The second impact of COVID-19 is the delay in sowing and harvesting of crops. Even the e-commerce brands in agriculture have been impacted as the transportation of these products is stopped and there is no inventory. The third impact of COVID-19 is the expected job cuts in the agriculture sector. And the fourth big impact is the complete shutdown of exports. Currently, all the ports are locked and huge inventory is piled up with traders, farmers, and everybody. The fifth impact is on the MSME and the SME. Post-lockdown, their businesses are lying shut down and they're facing a revenue hit. They were forced to sack their employees for a variety of reasons, including financial unviability. The sixth impact is the prediction of a weak consumption trend, even post-COVID. Even when things return to normal, the primary focus of people would be to secure jobs and get their businesses going. During such times, both families and businesses will be keeping a stringent check on their spending patterns. This trend is also likely to be an impediment to the expansion plans of the global and national brands. So it's really impossible to even put a ballpark figure to the kind of financial hit that the rural areas have taken due to COVID. So what's the way forward? Now, these are really testing times and governments are working to their full capacity in fighting the pandemic, and health is the focus area. But it's extremely important for the governments to give equal priority to rural development post-COVID, as this is the only way that economies will kind of jump back. Government has announced in India a massive relief package for the farmers and has also announced cash subsidies under the existing schemes. What is really good is PM Modi has announced these measures under Atmanirbhar Bharat, which promote domestic industry, and a lot of them are small rural-based industries. I visited Tripura. In fact, I just came back today. It's a small state that touches the borders with Bangladesh. Under the Atmanirbhar Bharat scheme, they are promoting bamboo and rubber in a very big way. In Tripura, where the economy is already very small, it's a completely agrarian rural economy. Jobs were really hit, farm economy was really hit. There was complete unemployment and situation was really bad. People lost their jobs. Now under Atmanirbhar Bharat, what the Prime Minister has done is, he's talking about bamboo and rubber, which is what the previous speaker was talking about. How do we bring in food processing? How do we bring in food? How do we bring in the farm economies? And how do we kind of, skill more people, skill more youth, and change the face of the villages to come? Yesterday, the Prime Minister in his address also spoke about creating smart villages. So far, we had been creating only smart cities. Therefore, in the current scenario, e-commerce players will play a very big game, and in fact, they could be the game changers. They have a targeted base of farmers that can be directly leveraged by the government, thereby reducing the time gap and increasing the effectiveness in reaching out to them. And finally, it's very important for the government to incentivize the medium and small enterprises and urge them to retain their employees to reduce job cuts. This is going to boost the consumption once we leave COVID-19 behind. Another important question is whether India is responding well to support rural communities and coping with the new challenge. And I would say yes. that the Indian government has responded very well to the challenges posed by the pandemic. Definitely, the pandemic has made sure that the health responses, the medical services, and the infrastructure improves manifold in the rural areas. The basic services in rural areas which never existed, the government is actually working to bring them around. The government is also supporting rural businesses through incentives. And most importantly, as many of the previous speakers have said, government is improving digital infrastructure and digital accessibility in rural areas. Now, the first two are short-term emergency responses, but supporting rural businesses and improving digital infrastructure and digital accessibility, these are measures that can actually transform rural economies and communities. That is why I said that there is a silver lining to the pandemic catastrophe. India is ensuring access to credit for farmers and providing new employment opportunities for tribal groups. The road ahead is definitely not easy, but I'm still an optimist and hopeful that India will be able to come out of this crisis. And the silver lining to the pandemic is that our rural areas will develop much faster than they would have done otherwise. There are drastic changes on the anvil. It's a whole new world and a whole new normal. Thanks a lot for the opportunity to speak at this prestigious forum. Thanks, Dr. Epnapalli.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Manoranjana. It's wonderful to see you. And in a short notice, you were able to manage to join us today. I know you had several meetings in the pipeline now. You needed to rush. And sorry, we kept you waiting. But the kind of roadmap you provided, the various things, especially to rejuvenate the rural economy, it's wonderful. Especially there are some organizations who are watching you today from the Northeast region. I invited them in particular to meet you. We will talk offline. They are interested in taking your ideas and creating a new way of dealing with agriculture. They're very advanced in already the organic farming, but they need to bring some technology into it, some kind of central government funding to make that happen. We'll set up some meetings with you for those people. And we have an innovator also on the speakers list today from Assam, actually. We'll introduce him as well. Thank you so much again. So MCs, please introduce our next speaker, Pramit, please.
Our next speaker, Mr. Pramit Makude, is a co-founder and director of the Indo-US Health Initiatives, the Boston Center of Excellence for Health and Human Development, as well as the eKisan Foundation. Mr. Makude is also the vice president of the International Regional Computer Society of India. His current focus is on large-scale e-education, e-healthcare, and smart healthy city projects. He was awarded at the NRI Gauda Mahotsav by the IT Minister of India and the Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh, and also received other philanthropic awards. Let's welcome Mr. Pramit Makude to deliver his keynote address on how to develop the rural economy.
Thanks, Dr. Hari. Thanks, Dr. Hari and the organizing team. Good morning to everyone in America. Good evening to my friends in India, and namaste to all of you. Our founding fathers have always envisioned Bharat as self-reliant nation through the development of self-reliant villages. Mahatma Gandhi ji initiated his model of Swaraj with self-reliant villages at its focal point. President Dr. Abdul Kalam designed a cluster village development system called Pura, providing urban amenities in rural areas. These clusters would be linked through 4 connectivity, namely physical, electronic, knowledge, and economic, to provide better income and quality of life to villagers. They all dreamed of transforming Bharat by transforming villages. Our Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji said, "This pandemic has thrown at us new challenges and problems which we had never imagined. But it also taught us a very good lesson with a strong message. We have to be self-reliant and self-sufficient, that we should not look for solutions outside the country, at least for our vital needs. We can transform Bharat by providing comprehensive infrastructure, skill development, expanding digital applications, improving agriculture techniques, and globalizing India's healthcare practices, both modern and traditional." I'll share my views on making a self-reliant and self-sustaining Bharat with a few high-level points. First, we can build up our villages by providing better infrastructure. Like if we look at America, it's quite decentralized. There are many, many small towns with a population of 5,000 to 15,000. There you can find all the basic necessities and infrastructure like good hospital, schools, roads, reliable electricity, clean water, internet, and cell phone service, along with police and fire station, providing security and maintaining order. As a result, people don't mind living in small towns and yet stay connected to large cities. We need to build a similar infrastructure for our village and panchayats, that is a group of 4 to 5 villages, through the Wheels framework. Wheels framework is water for all, health ecosystem for all, energy for all, education for all, land and housing for all. And once you have all these placed in panchayats, then we can build excellent skill development and employment generation opportunities. We have tried this framework in Karnataka and seen very encouraging results. Second, skill development and employment opportunities should focus on Atmanirbhar Bharat, making Bharat self-reliant. We have to be vocal for local products, but we need to go beyond this. Be vocal about local and make it global. We can develop skills for building quality products and start selling these products globally. Now, globally doesn't mean that we always need to build Rolls-Royce or Mercedes or BMW. We need to have products which are affordable, good quality, and can be made accessible to both the developed and the developing countries around the world. The Wheels framework enables the ecosystem and acts as a catalyst for employment generation and skills development. It's essential for building relevant manufacturing skills which need to be implemented with 6D model. Now 6Ds are, we need to discover, dream, design, develop, deliver, and make it durable. We must discover the needs of the market. We need to dream along with the villagers, learn from the villagers, and bring back to them the best practices from around the world. We can develop specific durable products catered to the global marketplace which solve real problem and needs. Using the Wheels framework and 6D model, we can create thousands of smart villages by building healthcare, education, agriculture, and financial ecosystem. These model villages can then be replicated all over the country and cover 250,000 panchayats and around 650,000 villages. See, over the last 10 years, great progress has been made. Optical fiber network have reached all the panchayats and is now connected with the digital highways. There are 750 million users with smartphones and internet service across the country. Most of the villagers have bank accounts and have unique Aadhaar numbers. It is the best time to create new innovative production application with 3 S's, which that is scalable. The applications should be deployed with speed and sustainable. Here, I would like to highlight 3 areas: e-healthcare, e-education, and e-agriculture. In the current context, having healthcare records linked to Aadhaar number has significant benefits in terms of tracking, tracing, and treatment. The telemedicine and teleconsultation for access to regular and specialist doctors and an integrated hospital information management system with artificial intelligence based clinical decision support system is extremely important. We also need to have access to clean water and reduction in malnutrition, as that will help build the immunity of the nation. This will bring accessibility, availability, and improve the quality of healthcare in rural India. Rather, I would say we must build this model in villages and let the urban areas and cities replicate this model. A similar kind of model is being built at Panna in Madhya Pradesh by us. For the education sector, if each and every student could access a learning management system in local language, that would give the students the ability to attend classes in real time with teachers, or learn through high quality learning material via audio or videos. Through this blended learning, focused skill development, and job-oriented programs, learning outcome will improve significantly. During the COVID crisis, as few of our previous speakers have highlighted, this system will provide our students the option to study anywhere, study anytime, with or without internet. Again, we are building these smart school models near Bhopal and also in West Africa. Similarly, on the agriculture side, we need to bring the global best practices in agriculture, horticulture, animal husbandry to farmers through information technology. We must strive to digitize and computerize the primary agriculture cooperative societies. There are 65,000 plus packs all over India, and make sure that they have access to requisite funds along with the right level of financial literacy for farmers. These packs and farmer producer organizations will help them create new markets for their produce. The e-Kisan project in Karnataka has demonstrated that farmers can reduce their input costs increase the yield per acre, and get better selling price. This helps in doubling the farmer's income. These kinds of models are useful for India as well as the entire developing world, and in certain cases, even for the developed world. India can and needs to play a leader's role when it comes to these applications and the models which are required in the 21st century and beyond. We can not only help Southeast Asia, but also Central Asia and most of the African countries with a population of over 1.2 billion people. This is literally and figuratively doing a world of good. Again, on the health front, I would say that Indian way of living, the culture of Bharat, has given the biggest gift of holistic health to the whole world in the form of yoga, Ayurveda, and naturopathy. We should be the pioneers in the integrative medicine sector, where modern and traditional medicine come together. As Swami Vivekananda ji has said, we must bring the best of both the worlds, the best of modern medicine in the Western world and the best of Indian traditional medicine from the Eastern world to bring health, wellness, and happiness to the whole world. Many of my friends who are renowned doctors at Harvard Medical School keep mentioning to me that more and more doctors are practicing naturopathy, yoga, and our traditional medicine practices. Let me provide you some stats. See, American economy is around 20 trillion US dollars. Out of that, $4 trillion is being spent on healthcare alone. Multiple studies have suggested that by bringing modern medicine and traditional medicine together, we can save this cost from 20% to 50%. Now, even if I, on a conservative estimate, if I consider 20% saving, that is around 800 billion US dollars. Now, out of that, if I consider 20% of business coming to the Indian traditional medicine and traditional ways of Indian healthcare system, that amounts to a whopping 160 billion US dollars per year. This kind of massive, enormous potential, the Indian traditional medicine, herbal medicine, yoga, and integrative medicine has, and that too in USA alone. Now imagine the potential when this integrative model becomes a norm for the whole world. The possibilities are truly limitless. Now to summarize, I would say to finance this ambitious re-engineering of our development model, Atmanirbhar village bonds could be issued to raise resources. We could invest in the Wheels framework and 6D model to better infrastructure, skill development and job opportunities, harness our digital power to become a leader in education, healthcare, finance, and agriculture for the developing world. We must educate, engage, and empower our farmers and villagers, who are the very backbone of our country. And in doing so, we'll be able to make the vision of our founding fathers a reality. We have always believed in Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, and we treat the whole world as one big family. With this vision, if we move forward, we can make our Bharat truly self-reliant, the global superpower it once was, by delivering to the world what we already know to be effective and life-changing in a modern yet soulfully Indian way. We can bring change, we can save lives, and we can make the world a better place. Thank you. Thanks to the team, and namaste.
Thank you. Thank you, Pramit. A wonderful message and a lot of things to learn from you. And I would like to connect with some of the people who joined exclusively to listen to you after this event. There are different organizations from different parts of the country, Chhattisgarh, UP, and Odisha. People, they are waiting to hear you, and they heard you, and we will connect you offline after this. Thank you very much for joining us. Appreciate it. And you try to bring our rural and agriculture minister, but due to some other tragedy in their family, he was not able to make it. Only we will have an exclusive event with him when he recovers from his loss in the family. Thank you.
He has already been briefed about the Lead India Foundation and the movement, and is very appreciative. And once again, many thanks to you and the entire team for organizing such a wonderful webinar.
Thank you very much, Pramit. You are a very valuable member of the Lead India, and we'll work with you. Thank you so much. MCs, go with the next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Padma Shri Dr. Uddhav Bharati. He focuses on solving issues around the Lakshmipur district with agriculture and small-scale industries being his targets. His innovations are always helpful for helping differently skilled people. Facilitated by the National Innovation Foundation in India, Bharati was offered fiscal support under the Technopreneur Promotion Program scheme at the Department of Scientific and Industrial Research, Government of India. Bharati started getting covered in Assamese press for his variety of machines, as well as the Discovery Channel and other global media. On July 5, 2012, Barali was entered into an online voting competition for the NASA Exceptional Technology Achievement Medal. He is a recipient of the National Innovation Foundation's India's National Grassroots Innovation Award in 2009. He received the Srishti Samman in 2007 and received the Rastriya Ekta Samman in 2013. He was a speaker at TEDx at ISM Dhanbad in 2014. And in 2019, the government of India conferred upon him with the Padma Shri, the fourth highest civilian award of the country. Let's welcome Padma Shri Dr. Uddhav Bharali to deliver his keynote address on rural agriculture economy.
Good evening. First, let me place my heartfelt regards to Dr. Hari, Dr. Srinivas, and the entire organizer team, and my heartfelt regards to the all esteemed speakers. So basically, I'm an innovator. My profession is innovations. And now you see, because of everybody knows that because of this COVID situations, to establish the presence in the present situation for 90% of the populations has become a bigger challenge, the biggest challenge. Then now everything was stopped. Previously it was stopped, everything was stopped. Now it's getting momentum slowly with some new ideas. That means innovations. Innovation of idea or three-dimensional innovations, that's another thing. So I'm from the three-dimensional innovations. So let me talk something about that only. So see, I'm with 159 innovations to back my career. Before COVID, my assignment number was 69. And after COVID, it has crossed to 110. So see, actually, it has created opportunity for me, but that's not a bad, good sign. Because of COVID, you know, there are some problems in entire area, in many areas, almost all the areas, starting from agriculture to the differently able sections. So because of that only, the assignment has suddenly it has grown up. Now we have to teach the student. Time has come that we have to teach the student about innovations. What is innovation? For whom you are innovating? How to innovate? How to take the innovation to the market? It's very important now. No, see, for the student only I'm addressing now. I came to know that many of the students are attending this seminar. So to innovate something, first you have to study the subject very thoroughly. Suppose today one very interesting assignment came to me. This is the entire Northeast Rice Trading Association came to me. They told me they are suffering from a severe problem for this COVID things, especially in the rural sector. Because of lockdown, they are not being able to sell their products. And they're, you know, for month-long time, it is in the go down. So rice quality has gone down. It has become damp, fungal attacks was there. To avoid that, they need a very low cost and affordable dryer. So that's just how it. Suppose I'm taking you that as a lesson. So for that, what I have to do, what I'm doing today, I'm studying every details about the rice and the fungus. Then I'm going to crack the formula in next 8 hours. After that, I'm going to fabricate the first prototype. Then, after fabricating the first prototype, I shall let the end user to use that, because no innovation be termed as innovation until and unless it finds at least one end user. It's a must. So after that, after getting the essential feedbacks from the end user, I'm going to fabricate the main machines. Then if it has to go to the market, then I have to redesign it again. Because, you know, first thing, for commercial productions, one thing is must, that is manufacturing easiness. Second is transportation easiness. Third is end users economic standard, socio-economic standard. Fourth is after service. Fifth is get up, minimum get up should be there. So these are the things to be taken care of at the very beginning itself. So students should be taught about innovation in this way. What I feel actually, it is my personal opinion only. So, and main thing, another important things I'm going to draw your kind attention. Here, some people, many of the differently able peoples, their relatives came to me. They told me that before COVID, we were having maids and, hand-holding persons. But after lockdown, we are not getting anyone to handle the differently able people. It has become very difficult for taking, taking them to the wheelchair, taking them to the bed. For toileting, cleaning, dressing, undressing, everywhere there is problem. It's not like USA or any other developed countries. Rural India's scenario is very difficult, even for the, fit and fine people. You can imagine what is happening with the differently able people. In my personal cases, let me inform you, whatever I earn from my commercial innovation, I invest everything for designing device for the differently able people. That has been the reasons why people are approaching me. It's coming from all around the country. BBC, Discovery, History, all the channels has made many documentary on me, and they have shown these things very extensively. How am I helping those people? So this is the area actually to be taken care of, and I think it's me now. I'm working alone in this area. Nobody is there. So what I want actually the growing students should take some interest in this area. Let's help those people. We talk about the other difficulties. We talk about our economic difficulties, but at the same time, they are part of our populations. They are part. They are somebody. We have some responsibility for them, and I'm taking up that things. I'm very happy with them. I'm actually for them only. I have established one old age home also, and that's how I'm trying to serve those people. And other sectors, actually in agriculture sector, there is huge demand for many innovations. Post-harvesting, pre-harvesting systems, pocket fishery they requires now. Now, another very important things I have seen, very interesting thing I have seen, that actually many people has approached me for very low cost one-man show type technology. They want to do something, they do not have labor. Previously laborers and skilled people were there, but they went to their respective state. Let me give you one small example. Batasa. Batasa means in temples we give some prasad type something, batasa. That is a sweet made up of sugar. Previously that was a manual person. Now all the skilled labor has gone to their respective state. Now there's heavy problem. That's an assignment came from West Bengal recently. I was very excited to get that actually. That sector is to be mechanized now. Now they need a pocket fishery now. They need rice dryer. They need honey trapping machines. They need fish feed making machines everywhere. All now the things has become like that. The community who are in business, they need their own technology. Some exclusive technology mainly designed for them only. Those are the customized technology that is in huge demand. And since I have become a professional innovator, this assignment used to come, and I am very lucky to have those assignments because the money I earned through those things, those assignment, I used to invest everything in this philanthropic job. I have established one research and design center for designing device for the differently able people by name UKB Comfort already. And that's purely philanthropic. That's how we are working and trying to serve the people's not like that. Actually, I'm a small timer. I'm trying my level best. I'm from a very rural area. My district is still, it is zero industry district. Everywhere there is problem. I work for the common people only. Actually, I work for the underprivileged people. I work for those 30% Indians and 30% world population who are considered to be underprivileged. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. My time is over. Thank you. Namaste.
Thank you very much, Padma Shri Uddhav Bharali. I had a wonderful conversation with you yesterday. Thank you for staying later to talk to me. I'm very impressed with your humility and all the innovations you did. And they are useful to the really people on the field that are suffering during COVID. And I appreciate your dedication and also taking care of the differently enabled people. So it's wonderful, sir, having you. We will talk more, and there's more your kind of people we need to prepare. More entrepreneurs, more innovators need to be prepared under your guidance and leadership. Sincerely appreciate you joining us and staying late with us.
Thank you.
MCs, go with the next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Dr. Ravi Ayagari. He is a senior academician with a PhD in technology-enabled learning. He has over 3 decades of experience in the fields of distance education, electronic media, television and radio production, and information communication technology. He has received a gold medal for his innovations in distance learning from Indira Gandhi Open University and has traveled across the world to engage with various educational institutions. He has received training from BBC and FTTI. He served as the governing board and council member at the Consortium of Education Communication. He is now serving as a board member in JNTU Anantapur and has an advisory board member position in the Liberty Foundation. Let's welcome Dr. Ravi Ayagari to deliver his keynote address on the role of technology in developing the rural economy.
Greetings from Delhi. Honorable Dr. G. Satish Reddy Garu, Chairman DRDO, Professor Anil Sahasrapati Garu, Chairman AICTE, respected Hari Garu, Founder Chairman Liberty Foundation, Professor Srinivas Kumar Garu, Vice Chancellor JNTU Anantapur. Sir, it is a great privilege for me to participate in this seminar, and my sincere thanks to Lead India and JNTU Anantapur for giving this opportunity. In this session, I will be sharing about ICT empowering and education and agriculture. Empower rural India during COVID-19. The COVID-19 pandemic is a major human disaster that affected more than 200 countries in 2020. And it has geo-paradigms during the 20 and 21 financial year and adversely affecting their lifestyle, economy, importing business, and basic assumptions of the common well-being, which was taken for granted. Education remains the key to both economical and political development of any country. As told by Mahatma Gandhi, future of India lies in villages. As opened by William J. Clinton in New Economy, education, information, and motivation are everything. Education is the mirror of society and is the seed as well as a flower of the socio-economic development. It transforms human beings from ignorance to enlightenment. Education in India, since the early days of independence, is focused on improving the literacy rate in country. Even today, the government runs many programs to promote primary and higher education in India, particularly at rural areas. Now, during this pandemic, digital technology has been considered central to the reforms of education, has gained a unprecedented role and momentum. Social media platforms have role to boost an economy by creating entirely new universe. As a part of a helping individuals, medium business plays a felicitation business and social media to the world. Presently, India is in a digital era, and during the pandemic, the use of mobile internet increased tremendously. Every citizen has access to connect each other through some device. Education institutions through NKN, National Knowledge Network, connected and have access to do collaborative learning and sharing of the knowledge. The role of ICT for storage, content creation, and dissemination is in full swing, which gives a lot of boost to young talent to learn and earn through online platforms. And also it is giving a scope to artificial intelligence, machine learning. Universities, education institutions adopting ICT right from the beginning of admission, assessment, and award the degrees to the students. Similarly, proactive measures are undertaken on the part of the government and civil society to safeguard rural population majorly farmers, students, and SME units. Government providing several e-learning platforms for students, farmers, SMEs amid COVID-19 outbreak. Several steps taken by state, union territories, governments are in a right direction in their implementation. The digital learning portal helps the students not only to get the access to study material, but also allow them to engage online classes and interact with the teachers like a physical classroom settings. There is a list of some excellent digital initiatives launched by Ministry of MHRD. During COVID-19, MHRD launched a Mano Darpan portal, provides a physical support and monitoring the mental health and well-being during COVID-19. And its outbreak as part of a Atma Nirbhar Abhiyan of Government of India. Similarly, the primary of other portals like Shagun initiatives to facilitate both teachers and students with a platform where they can interact through digital medium for further reading and interacting. National resource of open education resource has developed, and it is an excellent initiative to take the e-books and to access to e-libraries and e-courses. And Diksha is one more important portal. Ministry of HRD has launched as a national digital infrastructure for teachers from class 1 to 12th class for e-learning. Similarly, it started a virtual labs for students. Students will get a feel, real lab, all lab equipment, components, and lab behavior would be mimicked in the system. There are 32 television channels, dedicated channels, Gyan Darshan, Gyanvani, radio stations, around 252 community radio stations operating during this COVID-19, which are disseminating learning material right from the primary education to higher education, both in the national and regional languages. All India Council for Technical Education, AICT, is planning to bring a list of detailed channels that would focus on owning the entrepreneurial skills of the youth with the latest innovations. Similarly, monitoring and managing COVID-19 is in our country is quite complex, as it is a host more than 1.3 billion population. In addition to the huge population of livestock and pets, ISRO customized a geo portal and developed a Bhuvan COVID-19 at national level to track the pandemic and update common public on a current situation. Number of startup platforms are started. India's largest online entrepreneur platform allowed startups to network, access for free tools, resources, and participate with the government and non-government organizations. The use of information communication technology to support the transmission of localized information and services to work along with the farmers, farming socially, economically, and environmentally. Suitable apps were developed through digital technology for digital agriculture. This also led to a rise in the development of the mobile apps, which are helping existing government schemes. Thus, the apps are helping to boost the overall business performance and reducing negative environment impact of the farmers. Now, with the click of a button, farmers can access to information reading, weather, dealer, market prices, plant protection, advisories, and storage capacities, and the availability of the transport. These are the few mobile apps making agriculture easy. To name a few: Kisan Suvidha, Digital Mandi, Smart Crop. Lastly, these are the initiatives fulfill Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam dreams, Aap Bado, Desh Ko Bado, by providing urban amenities to rural areas without any creed or caste divide. Thank you.
Thank you, Ravi Garu. Wonderful message. A lot of research you did, and thank you so much for all the help you did in organizing this session and following with our esteemed speakers as well. We really appreciate it, and thank you for being part of the Liberty and Foundation. So it's wonderful. Now I would like to request Dr. Ram Maruri to introduce our next speaker. And let me say a couple of words before I say this. So we getting a special person here who is working on the ground, mobilizing hundreds of thousands of volunteers, training them to treat for the COVID, to secure the youth as well as to secure their friends and family and the neighbors. Would like to hear from him for like 5 to 6 minutes how to save our people from the COVID. Ram Garu, please introduce him.
Yeah.
You're on mute, sir.
Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
His name is Srinivas Alluri. He is an IT architect by profession. Srinivas Alluri, he founded the IT company Sandhata Technologies with operations in UK and India. He maintains a simple lifestyle and dedicates his entire personal life towards making his mission, inspired by great personalities, including the likes of Mahatma Gandhi, Swami Vivekananda, Ramana Maharshi, among others. Srini founded Manavata in 1991 and is an international charity organization registered in UK, India, and USA, and is accorded a special consultative status by United Nations. Srini has created the Cycling for Humanity program, which aims to inspire people to support humanitarian causes and to lead a healthy, eco-friendly life. In 2011, Srini cycled from London to New Delhi, covering 11,350 kilometers. That same year, he led a 1,000-kilometer cycling event and a 100-day relay fast to promote the deaths of 22 children in Bihar, India, due to food poisoning from school meals, which resulted in a positive response from the government. Srini's passion continues unwavering and still runs Manavata for the benefit of all humanity. We welcome Srini.
Namaste. Thank you. Thank you all. Can you hear me? So it's a great honor and opportunity for me to speak on this wonderful forum, and all the distinguished delegates and excellencies I pay my respects. And before I start, I pay tribute my great inspiration and leader, Abdul Kalam ji. And thank you very much, Dr. Hari Garu, running this Lead India Forum to make this happen. So it's a great opportunity, and to bring all the knowledgeable speakers I'm hearing for past few hours. It's really amazing. So with this last 50 years, we have seen a lot of changes, but COVID has changed a lot with us. And I pay respects to all great honorary speakers on this forum, including Dr. Srinivas Garu, JNTU Anantapur, and other dignitaries on the forum. Today, the message we have got dignitaries from their experience, and I want to share from the current situation, from the grassroots. I've been working on the grassroots level in Andhra Pradesh from the COVID pandemic by providing holistic healthcare system in a special way, in a voluntary approach as a service with wonderful doctors. It's an integrated approach. We're using all the oil treatments. So past 4 months, we have dealt with almost 4,000 plus cases. In this, we have learned a lot, and I see a lot of gap in this. Now it is the next step I personally felt it is very important to educate the rural India and also to protect them through right actions. So one important aspect we are doing immunity kits preparation within our campus. This campus I'm staying, which I created as a man with a unit in 60 acres campus. This is a university for humanity, basically how with a humanity, nothing from outside, self-sustainability. And we have 450 different varieties of medicinal plants and different varieties of food plants, etc. So we created all this biodiversity here within 5 years of this project. I want to replicate this. When I just cycled from Kanyakumari to Kashmir, I've seen 90% of the youth is wasting their time, and 60 to 70% of our lands are completely becoming drought. No trees, no greenery. So our immediate priority, as Abdul Kalam ji says, we must bring our youth into the action. And that's why we started an initiative called Youth Task Force. So the Youth Task Force, the Lead India has taken the initiative. I really appreciate the initiative to bring the volunteers from the different parts of India and bringing them, giving them training. It's a great idea we discussed first 1 week time. So, but that is the great idea by Dr. Hari Garu, and bringing this kind of a training to the youth. It provides both for them the opportunity to learn things like proper healthcare, protecting themselves, and protecting their neighborhood. So which is very, very important and valuable. At this time, this is very high priority for us to focus on this. This is the highest, all the speakers have already agreed on this, which is basically presented their experiences. I really appreciate their views on the sustainable development, humanity, and giving the more importance to this thing. When I was presenting my paper on the sustainable rural development in United Nations, Geneva, I particularly personally presented on the Gandhiji's vision and what we have been doing in the ground level. So that's what actually I want to see that happen in a large scale by making the youth as as a platform, and the youth can get a sustainable future, and at the same time, and the environment can be saved, health can be saved. All this can be integrated very well. It's not our priority to calculate our economy in terms of the GDP, but in terms of the humanity and the health and the overall well-being. So that's what actually we're trying to focus on, and change the mentality of the people. Yes, this is important time to save yourself and save all the people around. That's our duty. As a duty, we're trying to educate, but at the moment, the situation in different villages and different places, youth is really not taking responsibility. Now it is our duty to bring this initiative and take the youth task force in the front line, so that they can protect the front layer and also help others. So especially the old people are really suffering. So seen every day we are facing a lot of cases who are suffering in a helpless state. So for that, we need an army at the ground level, a force. So that's a youth task force we wanted to train. So the idea we came up with a 1 hour orientation session on the what is about, how to deal with their protecting themselves from the COVID, and the next is we wanted to make them trained on creating the employment through bringing this holistic healthcare through the preparation of the local medicine by themselves, like an immunity boosters, without buying from the outside. So that's the kind of thing which we need to create. Here we have created a number of plants, the medicinal plants, which we are making as immunity kits, including which is Gurichi, which is Tipadi, Amrutpalli, and lemongrass, and a number of medicinal plants we are taking, and important medicines we are mixing together and making it a herbal tea, and that's really working out well. So I want to take this initiative, train the people to make their immunity boosters in the Ayurveda and stuff, because people do not have actually afford the expensive medicines from outside, and that's why we need a proper healthcare, the holistic healthcare by through these kind of trainings, so that in turn they can train other people. So far, we have trained frontline workers like ASHA workers and ANMs and all the frontline workers on the and even police on the holistic healthcare, how to take care of themselves, and they have really see the difference, because they deal with the medicine, but here they have learned new things, including the yoga, immunity boosters like Ayurveda, simple techniques, and the food. The change of the food, the immunity foods. So this is very, very important to change the lifestyles of the people, but by giving the proper training. We also organized a 1 month training for some of the youth volunteers in different villages. But that is really working very well. So that's why I propose the first phase, of course, giving them the orientation 1 hour, and second phase, giving them train them on how to take care of themselves properly, and then create employment for them, and so that they can be self-reliant. At the same time, they can protect their society, their community. So that's what actually the Manavata, the Vishwamanata Sanstha, which is actually officially supporting police and AP and Telangana police as well. So we've been organizing district-wise training sessions for the police as well. So that experience, the outside noise. But the police force is really facing a lot of problems. So now it is.
Yeah, we can wrap up, sir. You can wrap up quickly. So it's getting late. Please wrap up. Thank you. Srini, please wrap up.
So I wanted to give the similar kind of a training to the youth, so that they can protect themselves and they can protect all. At the moment, we are giving two kind of trainings. One is for the COVID patients to recover, and second one is for the people who can prevent from the COVID. So these two trainings, but of course these two are also important for youth when we need to train them on how to prevent and how to recover. So with the natural way of life. So that is how we successfully could make number of cases cured with our online trainings morning and evenings. So that's every day last 4 months happening. So a number of people around the globe have learned these yogic breathing techniques and also healthy living. So that's what actually I've been promoting through my cycling. Living healthy, happy, and harmonious world is our vision, which is basically the other speakers mentioned about Vasudhaiva Kutumbam. So, of course, this is a great opportunity for me to speak on this great forum. You're all doing a great work on bringing these ideas together and to save our country and this world. And thank you very much, Hariga, Dr. Hari Garu, Dr. Srinivas Garu, and other dignitaries on the forum. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. So you can also see our website about these programs, the statistics about how we are done, which is basically Youth Task Force is basically created for COVID control, relief, and recovery, CCRR. So that's why we wanted to make in a large scale so that we can protect our country. So yeah, that's what I request everyone to take as a primary priority, and then that will give the long-term vision.
Thank you very much,
Abdul Kalam for the development, the true development. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Srinivasji, for coming in a late night from wherever you are. Appreciate it. We'll work with you in training the youth and also deploying them all over the country. We are receiving a lot of sign-ups for the volunteers. Our concluding remarks will be by Professor Srinivas Kumar now. MCs, please introduce Professor Srinivas Kumar now. MCs.
Okay. Dr. Srinivas Kumar is a faculty member of Electronics and Communication Engineering at Jawaharlal Nehru Technological University, Anantapur since 1987. Currently, he is a Vice Chancellor at JNTU University, Anantapur. He has delivered more than 85 visiting lectures at reputed teaching institutes and has 69 research publications in national and international journals. He has supervised 14 PhD theses in the area of image processing and antennas, and is contributing to the development of JNTU Anantapur on the academics, infrastructure, and research front. Now let's have a warm welcome for Professor S. Srinivas Kumar to deliver the concluding remarks for today's global webinar on the impact of COVID-19 on the development of rural economy, challenges, and opportunities.
My apologies, Sir Srinivas Kumar Garu. I missed introducing Jagan. Please be there for a few minutes. So MCs, please introduce our next keynote speaker, Jagan Chittiprolu, please. That's my apologies, sir.
What I would like to remind you, sir, Jagan Chittiprolu is there. So first let us complete Jagan Chittiprolu.
Exactly, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Sorry.
And I request Jagan Chittiprolu to excuse us.
Yes. Go ahead. Jagan, sorry, please go ahead.
Our next guest speaker is Mr. Jagan Chittiprolu, who is the CEO of C2S Technologies Incorporated and founder of Naviz Analytics. Mr. Chittiprolu is an alumnus of Harvard Business School in the Senior Executive Leadership Program and has attained a master's degree in mathematics from Osmania University. He's a serial entrepreneur and software executive with over 21 years of experience in the software industry. He built C2S Technologies from scratch and then Naviz Analytics, a data and IoT company in India. In India, he launched an agri-tech company called Samhita.ag to help Indian farmers increase profitability by using sustainable methodologies. Let's welcome Mr. Chitipolu to deliver his keynote address on improving rural agriculture using IoT technology.
So thank you very much. And so first of all, thank you very much, Lead India Foundation, Foundation Chairman, Dr. Hari Ipanapalli. And second, so Professor Dr. Srinivas Kumar, JNTU, Anantapur Vice Chancellor, Congo Queen, DMB, and distinguished guests around the globe. And today, I wanted to talk about some of the case studies that we have been doing it, and especially in India. And I wanted to connect some of my experiences, and at the same time, I want to connect some of the solutions that we have been building, both United States and in India. So first of all, I'm a technologist and I run a data company, and I've been building solutions for several customers especially in United States. And some of the customers are into the agribusiness as well. And these agribusiness customers grow predominantly grapes from Napa Valley and Western Washington from United States. And as part of these implementations, we have been helping them to build some software solutions and hardware solutions. And what we have been doing with them is that we build sensor equipments, and we collect the drones data, we collect the imagery data, and we stitch together and provide the software platforms to these agri growers. And some of them are viticulturists, some of them are plant experts, some of them are agronomists. And we have been working with them since the last several years. And they use our platforms, and they make sure that they maintain the orchard health and farm operations. And their objective is to bring the yield, and also making sure that their plants are very healthy. So that's their core objective. And apart from that, the scale that they operate at, those growers usually have right around from 1,000 acres to 2,000 acres and 3,000 acres. So since the technology is a key enabler for them to be successful, and this journey, so when I go back, I want to connect back the childhood journey, so that you will see in terms of what kind of experience that I came from. And back in India, I was born and brought up in a small village. And my childhood, I grew along the side of farmers. And in fact, my grandfather used to be a farmer as well. And so I did see both spectrums from well-developed nations, how they're farming. And also I did see that how the farming is being done in India by not having any technologies. And so I did see the two different spectrums, both sides. And so I was in a constant quest to how do I take these technologies and solutions back to emerging markets such as India or Africa. And as part of that, in fact, we have a facility back in one of the facility in Rwanda as well. Since Congo Queen Diambe is there, I wanted to mention that one of our center is also in Rwanda in Africa. And in fact, so basically, like this idea came, and I went to India several times and met several scientists and plant experts and agronomists back in India. And I've told them that how can we take this technology back to India. And based on that research, we figured it out that the fundamental problems in India farmers are facing is two fundamental problems they are facing. One is they are unable to increase their yield, and the second one is that they are unable to maintain the plant health. So we further deep dived into it and understand what are the major reasons are happening to this kind of issues, why the farmers are facing. And in our research, interestingly, one of the interesting topic is that India has before 1965, India used to do lots of organic farming. But And right after 1965, India started using, because of this green revolution, India started using lots of fertilizers and pesticides. And because of that, the farmers are getting doubling their yield. But apparently the green revolution was very helpful in the seasonal crops such as the rice, paddy. But whereas it has become a very big disaster to perennial crops such as grapes, bananas, and all sort of fruits. So because of that, the green revolution, because the farmers Because are of getting that, lots of farmers are getting doubling their yield. But apparently the green revolution was very helpful in the seasonal crops such as the rice, paddy. Harigaru, there is a background disturbance is coming up. Hope Harigaru, I'm able to hope I'm able to audible now. Thank you. So so basically, because of this green revolution, there are lots of fertilizers being used, so that is directly impacting to the soil imbalance, so that soil is losing the nutrition, and also it cannot be reversible. So basically, once it is damage is happened, it cannot be reversed back. That's a fundamental issue. And another issue is also the farmers are facing is that crop mortality. So crop mortality is another issue where after the 8th year of their crops, and we have been observing that the 50% of the crops have been started increasing their mortality. And after 12th year, most of them, like 80% of the crop is completely getting damaged. So this is one of the biggest issue that Indian farmers are facing. And also technically the farmers were not aware of this, actually, in fact. And the second issue to be discussed is that one of the other issues is that the water salinity, because too much salt in the water, that is directly impacting to the plant health. And also it can also imbalance the NPK factors in the plant. And the third area is another area that I want to discuss is that the plant disease. So because the farmers are not equipped with the right technologies, and they are unable to predict or are unable to see the upcoming diseases. Some of the diseases, for example, insects sitting on the leaves, where human eye cannot be able to detect them initial stage, and by the time they noticed it, they cannot be able to reverse it back. So these are the fundamental issues. Along with there are also some of the other issues such as uh, uh, like microclimate conditions, and another thing is that they are unable to bring the producers to the right market, so they are not getting the right pricing for their producers. So there are many variants that farmers are facing these kind of issues. Now, when it comes to when the question comes whether the India, especially the 82% of the Indian farmers are small and marginal farmers. So the very fundamental question comes to us is that whether they can be able to afford these kind of technologies, such as because our technologies involved both telemetries, sensors, spatial data, and drones is involved. And when it comes to the small and marginal farmers, can they be able to afford it? But our research has found out that they are okay to pay the advisory cost to the farm benefits. So we took that as a benchmarking price, and we did a further research that how can we solve this fundamental problem to help the farmers in India. And that is where our team had advised us that let us build a massive infrastructure in India, where the massive infrastructure could be in the form of software systems, and the massive infrastructure could be the hardware infrastructure, where we can be able to produce the hardware sensors and telemetries in one roof, so that we are not going to be depending on the third party vendors. So that way we can significantly reduce the cost, and also we can be able to build a shared talent in terms of both plant experts and technical advisors and field technicians, basically we built this whole model in the form of hub and spoke model. And with this model, we are actually right now in Telangana and Andhra Pradesh. We are actually deployed already, and we have been serving the farmers in 4 districts in Telangana and Andhra Pradesh. And Nalgonda is one among them, and second is Mahabubnagar, Anantapur, as well as the Kadapa. So these are the 4 districts we have deployed it, all our team. There are around 50 people team are working on the field, and the technology team, Hyderabad, is also working behind the scene to help these rural farming areas, farmers. And apart from that, the farmer, one of the core objective for us is that we wanted to make sure that the farmer should not spend any cost in terms of the capex. So we made sure that the farmer should only be paying the service to us in the form of opex based. And with this model, it is going very effectively, and the farmers are getting benefited, and we are in the outcome of delivering the. So basically, we are delivering the plant health and increase in the yield. And because our systems are capturing huge amount of data from the field, and with this kind of commitment that we have the great hope that we can take this agri farming to the next leap for the future generations, as well as, so our promise is that we are uplifting rural economy directly by helping the farmers. And the second thing is that we are creating an employment at rural part of the countries. And also, I wanted to thank Indian government who have taken the great initiatives to deploy the networks such as 3G and 4G to the rural part of the country. Now, we are not seeing any major network issues. And also, the next immediate hope for us is that there is going to be 5G network is going to be coming. And we are very confident that the network issues are going to be completely removed. And with this promise, we wanted to help the rural farmers. That's our one of the mission and vision statement that we have been running on. And so with that note, I wanted to thank you all for giving me this opportunity to speak in front of distinguished world speakers and many audience. So thank you all for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you, Jagan. You ended up delivering the valedictory keynote for us today. Sorry for keeping you wait, but it is worth it listening to you. And there's so many people waiting to listen to you already. I will connect them offline to you, and you can work with them to enlighten them with your technology and make their lives easy to increase the productivity. Now, with no further delay, I would like to invite our co-host, Honorable Vice Chancellor of JNTU, Anantapur, Professor S. Srinivas Kumar. So he's done a wonderful job, sir. You've been extremely patient working with me for the last several weeks to make this happen. And now it's your show. Please enlighten us with your remarks.
Thank you, Dr. Hari Panapalli, sir, Lead India Foundation Chairman. Indeed, the success is because of you. You have driven the team and we have worked. Indeed, we are very happy and comfortable, and heartfully we thank for your work. And Jawaharlal Nehru Technological University is able to get a good image in the public because of the conference which we are having today. And indeed, today I take it as a privilege to propose few points. And today the COVID-19, so this kind of pandemic situations are coming because of the population density. If we consider the Bombay, Delhi, Madras, in this kind of regions, we find more COVID-19 patients than the rural areas. The reason which I understood is because of the centralization. Most of the institutions and industries are in the urban areas, not in the rural areas. So thereby, from my personal point of view, I would like to present that there should be a decentralization. The rural sector should be given equal importance, and the economy can be developed by the decentralization policy. And today we're having excellent speakers, and Honorable Governor message has been read by me. Indeed, I consider it an honor to read the message of the Honorable Governor today, though he is absent. he has sent his message, and he has emphasized for the Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Scheme, through which we are strengthening the rural economy. And further, he has mentioned what are the measures that have been taken by the government of India to help the rural sector, and he asked to have a good deliberations and give the good points that can be followed by the government of India. Indeed, we are thankful for the wonderful message that has been sent by Honorable Governor Sri Vishwabhushan Harichandan. And Sadhuji, really, sir, harmony in self, harmony in the society, harmony in the family, harmony in the with the nature. This is what is required. Sadhuji has rightly said the harmony is the vehicle to revive the and develop the economy. And harmony can be built by two means. One is by internal thoughts and the emotions, and externally by works and contributions. Sir, your presence is indeed very happy and thankful to you for your presence. And Dr. Satish Reddy, and who is the distinguished alumnus of Jawaharlal Nehru Technological University, Anantapur, presently the chairman of Defense DRDO. He has wonderfully presented about the moments which and he recollected the moments with Dr. Abdul Kalam, and dream and dream that only results high quality works. And further, he has emphasized for the Make in India policy what the government is doing. And earlier, we used to have PPE kits around 47,000 per year, but now we are having 6 lakhs per day we are able to produce because of the Make in India policy. And development is exponential in the pandemic situation, and industry should flourish and support to develop the nation, and in particular the economy. And Professor Hemchandra Reddy, AP State Council of Higher Education, is the chairman, and he has recollected the memories and cherished the moments, and he has presented about the connectivity, physical connectivity, knowledge connectivity, and information connectivity. And he is particular about the ICT connectivity to the rural areas, and there should be need for the blended learning, that is both online learning as well as the campus learning. Both must be there, then only the student can flourish, and the education sector can be strengthened by having a blended learning model. And further, he has emphasized for the infrastructure for the village, technology for the village, knowledge for the village, and thereby the village can be, the rural area can be strengthened. And Queen Diambi, he has expressed her views on need-based economy or a profit-based economy. And further, he has also mentioned about the resource managed economy, and indeed, the presence of Queen Diambi has brought the glory to the occasion. And further, the values that is Dr. Sahasrabuddhe, Anil Sahasrabuddhe, chairman of All India Council for Technical Education, has indeed expressed his views about the Sarve Janas Sukhuno Bhavantu. And he has mentioned that modern technology for water, modern technology for food, and fertilizers for the agriculture and the transport should be emphasized, and collaborate and cooperate. Then only the development can take place. That there should be good collaboration between the developer countries and developing countries. Then we can have a good development. And Vasudhaika Kutumbam, he has mentioned, that is a good word which I like. And indeed, I am very happy for his presence. Though he is very busy, indeed he has come, and he has promised that he will be joining us. He has joined us, and thank you very much to Professor Sahasrabuddhe. And further, he has mentioned lifelong learner, and he has mentioned about the need for the induction program. Sir, thank you very much, Professor Anil Sahasrabuddhe, for being with us. And case MS Raghav Garu, Director CFTRI, he has mentioned that 33% of the exports is from the food industry. And thereby, he says that the food industry and the farmers, they should be integrated. The technology and the agriculture, both must be integrated. Definitely, then the farmers can be empowered and they can contribute more for the GDP. Presently, the GDP is hardly 17% from the rural sector. Though 70% of the population is staying in the rural areas, they are contributing only 17% of the GDP. Thereby, the Professor K.S. M.S. Raghav Garu words are well taken. Thank you, Professor K.S. M.S. Raghav Garu, Director, CFTRI. And Professor Manoranjan Gupta, she has discussed various problems and she has emphasized about Atmanirbhar Bharat. And indeed, we are very happy for her wonderful presence. And she has emphasized about the transport problems, e-commerce in the agricultural products. And there is a need for, not for smart cities, there is a need for smart villages. They should be emphasized. And Manoranjan Gupta, madam, we are very happy for your presence, and we need the cooperation for the development of the society and indeed for the Jawaharlal Nehru Technological University to develop further in future. And Dr. Pramit, excellent speaker, and he has spoken about the self-reliant villages. The almost what Manoranjan Gupta has said and what Dr. Pramit has said, both are almost same, it appears, and their ideas are same. And what she has said, Manoranjan Gupta has said about smart villages, and what Dr. Pramit has said is about the self-reliant villages. Indeed, clustering of the villages, transforming the nation by transforming the villages, he has emphasized. And the skill development, Atmanirbhar Bharat, these two are emphasized by Dr. Pramit, and these two are covered even by Dr. Manoranjan Gupta also. Indeed, Mr. Pranit has done an excellent job. We are very happy for his presence. Thank you very much, sir. And he has also mentioned about the global priorities are to be considered for the agricultural products, not the local priorities. The global priorities are to be considered for the agricultural products. Then only the villages can be further developed. Educate, engage, and empower the rural people. These are the words from the Dr. Pramit. Uddhav Bhareli is an inventor. He has got more than 140 inventions. He is a great philanthropist. And he has mentioned innovation gets momentum from the slow growth. And definitely the COVID-19 has given him an opportunity to develop much more inventions which are useful to the society. And he has mentioned about the products, about the post-harvesting as well as the pre-harvesting which are required. Innovation should be net-based. And Professor Ravi Ayangari, he has mentioned about the digital technology, social media platforms, and education health sector that are to be strengthened in the rural areas. And online education, virtual laboratories are to be considered in developing the rural areas. And learn and earn, this is what he has proposed. And Srinivas Alluri, he has discussed about the naturopathy, healthcare aspects like yoga, naturopathy that are to be considered to avoid this kind of pandemic situation. Jagan Chettiprolu, earlier we used to think about the organic farming. Later, we are thinking about the pesticides and fertilizers to increase the productivity. Now there is a need to emphasize again for the green revolution. And he discussed about the crop mortality, water salinity, plant diseases, right pricing for the agriculture products. And further, he has mentioned how the telemetry, drones, sensors, how the Internet of Things, indirectly he has mentioned about the Internet of Things, how the technology can be used for the rural sector to improve the quality of the products as well as to reduce the capital that is to be invested by the farmer. Indeed, we consider a very happy occasion, and Jawaharlal Nehru Technological University, Anantapur in particular, is very, myself, we are very happy to associate with the Lead India Foundation and all the deliberations which you have till date, whether for the last 2 weeks or 3 weeks, we are having excellent deliberation with Hariji as well as Raviji, and we would like to take all your information and produce in the form of a booklet and see that this particular information will be given to the government after discussing with other people also, and we will discuss with Hari Ippanapalli in detail. I am very happy indeed. Thank you very much.
Sir, wonderful, sir. Appreciate it. You summarized it so well. I could not have done this job. I'm very grateful to you, sir. You quietly sitting, but you making all these notes. It's amazing thing you did. So now it's there is a big person that big fan of Dr. Kalam, and also worked with Dr. Kalam. I would like to introduce Dr. Hari Krishna Maram, who was a speaker on the higher education panel as well. And he worked with Kalam on several education related initiatives and is quietly waiting for the last 3+ hours on this call. And he's the founder of several organizations, but the Vision Digital India is the brand that he's promoting, working with the Modi government. And there's so many other things. He's the part of this, all private education institutions, and he does a lot of charitable work. And he recently completed 13 years of his own college that in Bangalore. So I would like to, with no further delay, because it's getting late, there's a big introduction that I have to read for him, but he's a well-known figure. I would like to request Dr. Hari Krishna Maram formally pay tributes to Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam on his 5th anniversary. Sir, you are.
Thank you, Dr. Hari, for bringing me here. And I would like to congratulate Lead India Foundation, as well as the JNTU headed by the Honorable Vice Chancellor, for bringing a wonderful speaker here. And I'm really fortunate to share my experiences with the most popular president of India, the missile man, the Bharata Ratna, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. I had an opportunity to interact 3 times with him, not for a very lengthy period, very short duration. And as you rightly told, sir, Dr. Hari, in fact, the reason of leaving my wonderful job in a multinational company and moving towards education, the inspiration is none other than Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. And exactly 13 years back, when he completed his term as the 11th President of India on July 25th, 2007, I started my company also, my organization, towards developing, providing skills to all. So that's how this Vision Digital India journey started, taking inspiration from none other than our most popular missile man, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. And we are working on that mission. And every day we remember the kind of teachings, learnings, what he given to all of us. And every word of his is an inspiration to us to move towards giving skills to people, giving knowledge to the people. So in this direction, we are working. And definitely it is my privilege to be part of this webinar today to share these few experiences. It's already, I think, late. Thank you for the opportunity, and I wishing all the best for the future endeavors. And we at Vision Digital India always there to take forward Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam mission, vision, and his plans, working along with Lead India Foundation. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Maram. It's wonderful to see you again. And it's a real tribute to Dr. Kalam, having worked with him and starting the Imperial College on the July 25th, 2007. That's the reason I wanted you to be the formal speaker to pay tributes to Dr. Kalam, and appreciate you waiting for here. So I'll make a few more minutes to wrap up this conference. It's already late, but COVID-19 pandemic has really impacted the global economy, healthcare, education, energy, employment, due to restricted mobility, especially the rural India, the rural world that's really affected. This created an opportunity and undeniable challenge, like reduced productivity, increased unemployment, and reduced liquidity in the marketplace. This pandemic has made devastating impacts on the global rural economy. It has affected the lives of the farmers, the weavers, the masons, so and so forth, like roti, kapda aur makan. All these people are really affected. So many daily wage earners alike. In order to help revive the rural economy, it is important that we prioritize public health, education, encourage the development of both small and medium scale businesses, connect the newly unemployed with the talent seeking industries, and eventually restore the lives of all who were affected severely by the COVID-19. Especially on the healthcare side in the rural India, there are about 50,000 new COVID cases every day approximately. More than 10 million of India's suddenly jobless migrant workers are moving from cities back to their home villages, which has exacerbated the pandemic. 70% of the Indian population live in rural areas, but these villages often lack proper health facilities, making it harder to combat the virus. In Europe, medical training has been greatly affected by the loss of surgical exposure and logbook development. In the US, primary care practitioners are reporting reductions in the use of healthcare services for up to 70%, and salaries of clinical staff have been frozen or reduced, and some staff have been furloughed. In India, labor and equipment have been limited, especially in the agriculture sector, and is very expensive. Restrictions on transportation and limitations on harvesting resulted in rotting and decaying of food. It's very sad to see this. 71 million tons of wheat and rice is overflowing. And in Italy, I'm just trying to different parts of the continent world. In Italy, 57% of agriculture companies report lower sales, and 14% report absent employees and canceled trade fairs. The European Commission increased flexibility of the Rural Development Fund to help support rural businesses. In the US, many foods, especially milk, are going to waste. The poultry market is susceptible to the drop in commodity pricing and shortage of farm labor. Over 10 million food services jobs are at risk. In India, there is a decreased number of construction imports from China, increase in real estate costs, and decrease in profit margins for real estate developers. This really deprived people of this masonry kind of people, deprived their employment. In China, the return of economic mortality is slowing down, with retail and hospitality sector footfall down as much as 90%. In Italy, 20,000 property sales were cancelled. It will take up to 3 years to recover, rocking up a total of euro 122 billion in losses. Disbursements of mortgages fell by 15 to 30%. In Western Europe, economists expect take-up to decline 30 to 35% in the office market, 25% increase in corporate insolvencies worldwide, and 18% in Western Europe. In the US, real estate service providers are struggling to mitigate health risks their employees and customers. Many American real estate developers are not to be permits and are facing construction delays, stoppages, and potentially shrinking rates of return. Many asset owners and operators are facing drastically reduced operating income and tenants of payments. And where are the opportunities? We have so many problems trickle down, but we need to convert these adversities into opportunities. India is the hub of the talent of the world, and we need to innovate. We need to use the technology to the fullest and encourage the growth of cottage industries and small and medium-sized businesses, using online learning tools to upskill and reskill low-skilled workers to prepare them for the Industry 4.0 employment opportunities. As our good friend Jagan has shared, implementing agri-tech solutions to drive resilience in agriculture value chains is very much needed now. So this provides an opportunity for this webinar to share our insights, findings, and recommendations to various government and businesses across the world, conceive and implement policies to offer affordable quality healthcare to rural areas, affordable quality education to all, and also preserve and protect this planet for future generations, as Dr. Kalam's mission was, and also bring peace and harmony into the society. And more families are now getting together than before. So that is an important aspect of a COVID epidemic, but there's so much of other damages happened. Maximize the utilization of technology to boost the agriculture and small and medium scale industries to employ the marginalized labor who are stuck. And I request all the eminent speakers of this global webinar to join this task force to propose solutions so that the governments can act fast to deregulate and take steps to stimulate the economy. We will create a task force to draft this webinar proceedings and submit to various governments and relevant institutions to consider and implement their recommendations. So again, this is a wonderful opportunity for all of us to get together. And especially I would like to emphasize, we have about close to 25,000 people registered to receive certificates for this. And I'm just getting reports, over 5 million people watching this globally. So that means our reach has increased. Our registrations have started in single hundreds to 25,000 today. So in case any of you who registered today, all of you will receive a certificate, but we would like to have your involvement in saving protecting yourself to start with, and also protect your friends and families, and also the neighborhoods. And the Manavata organization, which we partnered with, will train and also deploy all the immunity boosting kits as needed. And we'll train also to different parts of the country to prepare their own immunity boosting kits, standardized and packaged well, and distribute to the local people. So with this, I would like to thank every member who participated today, whether on the Zoom or online watching from YouTube, and all the speakers who came and took the pain of staying late. And we ran almost 1 hour and 18 minutes. Still, we have a lot of people on the call. So it is an exceptional and well-organized event, and a lot of speakers with so much of talent shared their wisdom and experience. And there are so many organizations are waiting and looking forward to your direction and your recommendations, so that they can earn their living respectfully without depending on the governments. The governments cannot provide continuous support, and we need to empower people and enable them to earn their living respectfully. That is what the mission of Dr. Kalam's Lead India Foundation. Especially, we would like to involve youth in this pandemic time to save themselves, because they can save others. Again, I would like to thank all of you for this wonderful opportunity to serve. And let's pay our humble respects to our People's President, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, who really inspired millions and millions of people around the globe. And he's a true legend, and legends never die. And we are celebrating his legacy, and we are committed to promote his vision and mission throughout the world for the youth. Our next Lead India event will be on August 15th, exclusively for the youth. And we are inviting a lot of people who reached their pinnacle, especially people like Purna Malawat, who climbed the Mount Everest at the age of 13 years and 8 months. Like that, we're identifying about 7 people from different continents to share their success story, to inspire many youth to, because youth are like deprived of various opportunities now. The schools are closed, colleges are closed, and the people who graduated are having difficult time to find jobs. We want to give them a hope, and we want to inspire them, encourage them, don't give up, and find a way to convert this adversity into an opportunity and make a world better to live and move on. I think there's so many other people who lived during the pandemics, and we will continue to survive, and we will make every effort to save as many lives as possible. Please join hands and let's promote Dr. Kalam's vision and mission, make him live forever on this planet. Thank you so much. And it's 1:21 p.m. in the Eastern time, and it's almost 11 p.m. in India. So I would like to again thank Dr. Professor S. Srinivas Kumar, the Honorable Vice Chancellor of JNTU. Sir, it's an honor and privilege to work with you, and I will continue to provide any service that you need. And especially on the induction program, we have a great training program. We will collaborate with you to transform your students into young leaders. And I would like them to come up not just with a resume when they graduate, but they should come with a business plan and all become entrepreneurs. And we will do whatever necessary to work with you, sir. And it's an honor and privilege. Again, may God bless you with good health, and we look forward to your leadership. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Indeed, we are very happy, and we will definitely collaborate in future for the development of the students, not university in particular, and in general, the society will be part of yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all. We are signing off. May God bless you all. Take care. And I would like to finally thank our MCs and our technical team and TV5, Mana TV, and all the other channels that helped us in broadcasting this event live, and all the organizations who supported us. Take care and good night, and God bless you all.